Hello everyone, this is my picture, so a little bit chaotic at first. But I hope in the next experiment will be more straightforward and will be more clear. Thank you. I'm from Indonesia.
Hi, I'm here from Austria. At the beginning, total confusion, then ups and downs, and now I've got the feeling I'm getting somewhere finally. But still a lot of work to do. Oh, thanks.
Hello everyone, I'm Basita from Indonesia, and this is my research. Confusion at the beginning, not only at the beginning, but also in the middle of my research. And I'm here already. I'm trying a lot, falling in love with my research. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Shirley from Egypt, and my process started very chaotic until it's now recycling. It's amazing research. In vacation. No, this is my process. I think it's both times something very long, so it's a long time ago. I'm going to finish and discipline even more.
Hello, I'm Mirjana. I'm also from Serbia, and this is my process. I have developed some new hats in my research, and I'm still trying new things and learn new things, and I need to rearrange some new ideas and new hats. It looks like chaotic, but I don't know. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angelica from Slovakia, and this is my start of my research because I'm beginning, and I think it will be complicated. I came to the end, and hopefully I will be PhD at the end. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katrina. I'm from Czech Republic, and I just started my research, so I'm start and I will see what will happen in the end.
Yeah, my name is Mehmet. I'm coming from Germany. It's my research story. I started my research history as a research assistant and most of hope and other things. Then I lost some of my hope. Then I tried to
Exactly. Hello, I'm Wahid. I'm new here, so it is just my plan of my research to be iterative, but I'm still in the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's short.
So I think draw, but
Yeah.
I'm George Mendoza from ISET, School of Engineering, so from Polytechnic University of Portland. And so I will hope to my hat for my research. So my research is about probability. Maybe I don't know. Maybe one of them. That's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing like these glimpses of your journey. And I really hope that these 2 days can like contribute a little bit to making the next step, whatever it might be. And yeah, the small roadmaps is like a journey for each of us. And I invite you on a journey together in these 2 days. And I have some roadmaps.
And Rika, there will be some people online too.
There will be people online. That's great. Hello, people online.
We try to
Maybe
set.
just pass around and make sure that everyone has one. Yeah, just keep one for myself for explanatory purposes.
So in that case, we will. I think that's okay. It's okay.
It's not going out.
Yeah, but this is good. No, but we have one.
Yeah.
But if you move to here, it's not coming out. Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, so
But
as
who
you
is
can
it?
see there, page, and on one there's a summary of our visual abstract topic, which we are going to dive into a bit later.
But where is
And
the
on this side, you can see our roadmap, our 24 roadmap. And there's good news, you don't need to be a designer, you don't need to know how to draw, you don't need to have advanced Photoshop or whatever skills for this. But there's some willingness invited to, yeah, to engage with it might be not very comfortable, like thinking. Some people have it with drawing,
Oh,
like
this is the
someone, a teacher in school said like, oh, you have such a terrible voice, you're just a disaster as a singer.
This is the.
And then I have this huge blockage. And I know some people have the same with drawing, like, what's this on this paper? And it's like, yeah, this is what I made. So
No, we don't need.
our aim is also to overcome that a little bit. We are going to work both on paper and both digitally during the week. My experience is that working on paper, sketching and clarifying your ideas first, low tech, like pen paper, PPT, pen paper thinking, that's the magic tool, is very helpful before opening any kind of software and seeing like, okay, what kind of font shall I use besides Times New Roman and Arial? And like losing a lot of time choosing the right color and the right font. And 6 hours on Google to search the right image, which also has perfect copyright qualities. So that's why we are going to go step by step. And what are the different phases of our journey? This morning, we are going to mostly build our image bank, our visual vocabulary. So we are going to engage a lot with pictures and icons, like really, really simple pictogram style, like the stick figure. That's the level, nothing more complicated than that. And then we are going to dive into structures, structuring visual abstract in different ways for different purposes. I don't know if you have done some research online on the examples of visual abstract. It's really common, the triptych, like 3-part arrangement. That's like, and some kind of geometric arrangements. That's the most common I have discovered online, but there are a bunch of different ways to structure your content and to make your point. And for each purpose, for each topic, there's a slightly different structure, which is more useful. So we are going to dive into that as well. We are going to see about colors and fonts and how to choose lettering things, how to emphasize your message most efficiently, which colors to choose so that it doesn't become like that. I love colors so much, but it's a bunch of mess. So how to use colors efficiently and consequently. And hopefully by the end of the second day, you're gonna have your visual abstract like ta-da, ta-da, 3 different versions and like and do you have all the tools for working visually as well for yourself, for your presentation, maybe you want to plan a project. So it's also a very useful skill, visual thinking, to take away with you and use it with your students wherever you want to. Okay, let me check if I forgot anything. And there will be Fadlan contributing to the workshop with also his skill set and his experience with digital drawing tools. I don't know if you want to say a few words about yourself and whatever you bring.
Okay. Because today Reka will guide you to make some picture in your sketchbook. In my part, I will guide you to how to change your picture in here to the digital one. Using your phone. And using your skill. With your finger, only your finger. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Reka.
Thank you. Okay, if you have any questions throughout the process, let me know, just shout like, oh my God, I'm lost. or like if you want to dive more specifically into something, just let me know. Okay, no. Are we set up? Or, okay, let's get started. We are going to warm up still a little bit our fine motoric muscles of our hands with drawing on paper. So you can open a new page in your notebook, get your markers ready. And the first, or let's say the second warm-up exercise will be about drawing apples.
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 Oh.
Well, what is an apple like? Okay. Apple. But well, different ones.
Well,
So it doesn't have to be realistic or very complicated, but find 12 different ways to draw an apple. Yeah. It can be like small apple, big apple, if you run out of ideas. It doesn't have to be like photorealistic, and let's say 3 minutes for that. Okay. Put my timer. Those So we are kind of half time, 1.5 more minutes. So warm. One more minute. Oh my God. No, Ten more seconds. And 3, 2, one.
If you,
It's not.
so when you give instruction, just please give to the online people,
Okay.
just to make sure that they know.
Okay. So just a quick recap. We were drawing 12 apples in 3 minutes. Wink, wink. Okay. So who managed to draw 12 different apples? Yay! Okay, that's cool. So maybe just hold up everyone you're drawing in front of you and just look around. look around to the people around you and observe the different apples. And look for ones which you haven't thought about, like wow, okay, like a slice of an apple. Okay. Yes, yeah. Apple. Nice. Great, thank you. So today and tomorrow we'll be a little bit like this when we thought like, okay, I totally ran out of ideas at Apple 7. I have no idea what to draw, like squeezing our brains still a little bit to squeeze out the 5 remaining apples. It might feel a little bit like that. Okay, so we are going to start constructing our visual vocabulary. And we already have 12 apples, amazing. So you can use it in your research. Different apples, but how not to make it overcomplicated and totally confusing this topic of visual vocabulary. We are going to break it down to very small parts and then rebuild it from there. And let's see what are our building blocks. So the very simple first one, which hopefully is no challenge, is a dot. It's like, yay, a dot. And lines. So continuous line, dashed line, waves, dotted lines, as part of the vocabulary. And I very much encourage you to draw whatever I draw as a very simple educational process of copying. Not sophisticated pedagogy, but like simple pedagogy, copy stuff. Okay, and the geometric shapes. So circles, squares, triangles, and other funky shapes. And also things like simple angles and band lines. Okay, so these are our building blocks, the pieces of our puzzle, and we are going to combine them. How can we combine them to icons? Let's see, for example, I take a circle, I add a triangle, right? And then a curved line. And hopefully that's a balloon. Yay! And you can add some more lines to indicate that it's moving somewhere. Can you see?
You can bring another camera and
Yeah.
okay, but you can bring.
Okay. Let's see, if you draw a circle and another circle inside it, and then a few straight lines, and hopefully maybe it's more recognizable if I draw some more lines there. You can see
Magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Just a few more examples to get this started. So a few circles, concentric circles inside each of them, and maybe you can add one line, a triangle, and a few other lines. And then hopefully it just send a message.
That's the last one.
Okay, so if you draw like a then one line on it, there's a circle on the top of the line, and there's some waves. You can add a few more. Yay! Or even if you draw something like a square, but one corner slightly tipped, and there's a triangle in there.
Oh.
Someone didn't have a folder to put stuff inside. And you can indicate even if there's something written.
Yes.
And if it's 4 pages, then you can add a few more pages left behind it. Okay, so this is our logic of building things up. Maybe one last one. There's a circle, a square, curved line. And of course, all these images are not only representing themselves, like I like to draw bombs because I like them. No. They are usually, we use them as metaphors or symbols for something. For example, what comes to your mind seeing the arrow and the bullseye?
Friend.
Sorry?
Games, fun, friends.
Ah, that's interesting. Games, fun, friends. Huh. Like playing darts.
Like
with your
a
friends. It's an aim, a
Yes.
target, a goal. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Cool. How about the bomb?
Some good idea.
An idea, yeah.
Yeah.
Deadline.
It's good.
Yeah, it can be like a risk, danger,
Yes.
conflict, whatever. And the balloon? My children. Kids, birthday, parties.
Birthdays. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's lightness, it's playfulness. Okay, let's try a little bit to get warmed up in this combination of shapes. Find 4 icons in the following categories. So one should be an object, an everyday object. Then a human, some kind of a human shape. Then a plant or a landscape object. Landscape object can be weather stuff or landscape. And then animal. Part of an animal. So four simple icons combining these basic shapes.
Yes, you need to combine it. An object. The type of object.
Yeah, and we type. How is it going? You need more time or? No? Yes, I'm gonna pass around some post-its and take 4 from a block. So we just pass it around and take 4. One for each icon. And whenever you're done, take one of your icons, like one icon on each, and throw it in the upper half of your post-it. For example, I'm going to do a clock. Let's see. So here is my icon on the upper half, and there's space under it. Okay. And one icon on each post-it. So you should have 4.
Že nahoru se nakreslí, že ještě v ikonách. Udělala doště.
Exactly. So copy the ones which you think are the best in each one on a post-it. Yeah. So, yeah, that was an important missing information from the icons that you have just shown. Copy 4 of them on 4 separate on the upper half, so there's space under it.
Everyone.
I don't know.
Snail.
Yeah, one icon on one post-it. One icon.
Cuatro post-its, uno para cada.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. Cool. And what we are going to do when you have your 4 post-its with the 4 icons, we are going to make groups of 3 or 4 people. So for example, you guys are like 4 around, maybe you guys are 3, like 4, 3, something like that. And we're gonna pass around the post-its, and you will write a word, like a post-it will come to you, not yours, but that's one of your neighbor. And you will write one possible meaning of the icon. For example, I got this post-it from Matthias, for example, he drew a nice clock, and I will write the time under it. And I'm gonna pass it on to the next person.
Like association to that?
Yeah, exactly. It's association or like symbolic, metaphoric meanings. So you look at the icon and you're like, okay, that's whatever, okay. Maybe. So we're gonna circulate the post-its around, and hopefully by the end have like 3 or 4 meanings under each icon. Does it make sense? Hopefully.
Yeah.
Circulate in your group.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Yeah, because this is the human.
No, I figured I have to decide what we do.
Right?
That we carry and somebody else will drive. Another vehicle or something like that. Yeah. What you
Yes, I think I think it's something that associated on cats.
No. You can write all of them. Juicy.
That's it.
That is juicy.
Like
Something with law?
yes.
Yeah. You can use it. No te das. Why? I think I need to. I don't know. I don't see. We are different. There's Nancy something else.
So. The idea is like make the circle like fever. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So at the end, there should be like 3 or 4 words next to one
So
picture.
everything the good
Oh,
or the
we should exchange.
Exactly, you're going to swap it around in your so clockwise or counterclockwise. You know that game with children? I don't know when they're passing a paper around. Yeah.
Enjoying.
Sure.
Oh, this is amazing.
It's good. Yeah, no. This is more.
Okay, how's it going? Are there like 3, 4 words on each post-it? Okay, and whenever you're done, we are going to make a gallery. So we are going to collect a shared visual vocabulary, a shared icon bank of our group. And we are going to collect the post-its like let's say here.
Yeah.
So those of you who are ready, you can pass them to me and we can or you can help me collecting them.
I will write should we write our words to our own?
I don't know. I think only the neighborhoods.
Should we write our own things to our drawings?
If you want, it's another one. It's a new. If it's different from the previous two.
Oh.
So if you can think of a third meaning, you can add it.
Okay. This one was mine.
Should be this. Sorry.
I think it was a highlight.
And highlighter is this?
If you want, and if you're not too far away, you can come up here and we're gonna collect the post-it
Yes.
in a gallery, let's say. And we are trying to move them a little bit. Yeah, this way, like there's a column called human shape, animal, landscape.
Oh, thank you. These are here.
So if you want, you can also just stand up, come up here and stick your stuff on the wall. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we get started with okay. So come and stick your stuff on the wall. That's collect the focusing. We're supposed to be yeah, like ideally we're grouping them, yeah.
So we can make.
Right now, So whenever you're ready, just take your place again. And yeah, so find your place.
It's something to do with it. Huh? I have seen something. Yeah, but we have to talk about because I consider it. Yeah, but it's your treatment. We update it. I see. And try to so then what we can choose the master. Yeah.
I just formatted for the I didn't do anything.
Thank you. And we have one principle. No, not one principle. We have more principles, but the principle what we are going to adapt is still like an artist, which means if you see something on the wall like, wow, I really like that icon of a laptop or a pen or whatever, you just copy it for yourself. So you're going to start collecting your own visual vocabulary collection. And mostly we're gonna do it a bit in the break time, a bit after each of the exercise. If you see something that you really like, copying, which means like a copy through drawings.
With these names.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's a similar principle. Okay. So I don't know what is there. And find your spot again. I can assure you my as many as you like. So no.
Also,
So find your
wants to copy the time.
It's like yeah. Okay. And
Solo uno es demasiado. Ya.
no. Stealing, I'm sorry, I didn't explain it really well. So not stealing, like take it from the wall and stick it in your notebook, but drawing it for yourself, copying. Copying as opposed to taking a picture of it or just literally stealing it. What are the pros for copying? It's a little bit a learning process of getting it into your system. Like if I just take a picture, okay, I'm not sure if I'm gonna use it, but if I copy it, it gets into my muscle memory. And the more times I copy it, the more the motoric muscle, there's the motoric muscle memory in our hand. And I have drawn like, I don't know how many balloons already, so it's like really easy. I don't really need to think about it. The more times you draw it, it really gets into your hands and into your.
That's what I tell to my students. I teach math, and that's what I tell them. Just do the exercise yourself by your hand, and this way you can memorize it better. That's what I tell them. It's the same.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we are also drawing a lot, working in notebooks with hand and drawing to really make our brain work in a bit differently. Okay. How are you doing? Can we continue with the next part? Are you? Okay. So we already have quite a rich visual vocabulary around humans, animals, plants, objects. But what happens if I want to draw a really abstract concept, like you want to visualize some of your research topics? It's like, okay, it might not be an emoji or a smiley face, whatever. How to visualize more complex stuff. And I'm just gonna give you some tips, and then we are going to try it in practice. Okay. So one strategy is basically illustration, which is the most simple. What does that mean? Well, it means yeah. But I can also a bit more sophisticated way is, for example, illustrating time. Of course, time as an abstract concept, which is does it exist? It doesn't exist, whatever. Of course, it's already a metaphor if I draw a clock for time, which is not time itself, but it's a tool to measure time. So it's already like a symbol or a visual metaphor. But there are also other strategies for it. For example, combining and complementing. For example, if I want to draw an apple, but what is the function of the apple I'm drawing? It's maybe, there is a person who have found an apple, or there is the apple that was falling from the tree and bumping on the head of Newton exactly. What the hell?
This is Newton.
Or maybe it's a harvest or an apple tree. So I can also draw the different functions. The second step is combine. As in the beginning, many of you have asked, can I combine the different process maps? Of course. For example, we would like to draw a brainstorming or an idea harvest, and instead of those apples, drawing little light bulbs on the tree. Or when combining, for example, searching for something and research being the goal, kind of. Or when you have really pressing deadlines, then time is just running out. So combine and complement. This is going to be really useful when you're searching for images online, when you're not drawing, like adapting this mindset of, okay, do I really want to illustrate this topic? Like I have the topic math, and what I find online is a calculator. It's like, yeah, but it's so much more. So to be a bit critical and like creative with the images that you are going to use for your visual abstract, we are heading that way a little bit. Okay, any questions so far? So what we are going to do is the next step. After collecting images, we are going to collect words. Same thing, and can you pass me a post-it? But maybe we need bigger paper. No, let's try it in a post-it. So write something on the very top of the post-it. And pick three key phrases that are relevant to your topic, your research, your project, whatever. It can be more general, but it can also be really specific and abstract. So 3 post-its, 3 words that are connected to your topic. Does this make sense? It can be a phrase like two words, but not a sentence, but a simple terminology. 3. So 3 post-its, 1 word on each post-it. Wait. Why do I need So 3 post-its, 1 word on each of the post-its. So you have space under it. Are you ready? So this time you're going to work with a partner. So just pick someone, maybe the nearest person next to you. But make sure you have someone to work with. And with this person, you are going to exchange your post-it. So give your 3 post-its to the other person. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit more complicated afterwards, but yeah, you can proceed. So exchange your post-it with your partner. And then you are going to create icons. For the other person. Sorry? Exactly, yeah. And you can draw the relation. You're joking.
Keep knowledge for all of your life.
Yes, like worksheet or something. Like the students in primary school. Yeah.
Creo que vamos a dibujar.
You have to tell me about it.
Yeah.
And don't show it to your partner yet. What you do.
No, that's a learn. Learning. Learning.
One.
I have to show it for your partner. You're not supposed to see.
Is me blue. Very good. Outside. Can you keep it for a few minutes?
Whenever you are done, don't keep back to your partner. Keep your focus. How is it going? Do you need a bit more time? Yes, okay. Right, all right. Great.
The nature of our problem solving.
Do you remember the words that you wrote, your own ones, your own free version? Okay. So without receiving the post-its back from your neighbor, you draw 3 images for your own words that you wrote, but in different books. It can be in your notebook. Okay. So you can put in your notebook. Yeah. So now showing images for your own words without seeing what your neighbor did.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
In the notebook?
In your notebook, yeah.
Yeah, wow. I did that myself.
Are you on track? Is it clear? Okay. So drawing the items for your own original words. For the ones that you wrote down. Yes, for your own, without possibly seeing what your neighbor has drawn. Yes, in your notebook. Write 3 images of the bird that you originally wrote.
Which words did you take here? I forgot it.
You should have done that one.
No, no.
How's it going? Do you have your own drawings, your neighbors? Okay, let's see. Now it's an experimental part. It's coming, so stay with me and don't panic. So ideally, we have 2 drawings for a word. Like you wrote your word, your neighbor drew it, and you draw it for yourself. Let's say the word was science. And we have two drawings. Let's say one of them is this glass. How do you call it? Thingy. And another one is a rocket or a spaceship. So we have two drawings, and what we are going to do is we are going to combine them somehow to develop a third combined image. And well, let's say maybe I'm not very creative and I'm just going to put these two together. There's a small rocket flying out from the airplane. So you're gonna work together with your neighbor to make a combination of the icons that you drew, and it's gonna be 6 in total if it works well. And you can iterate. That means you can draw different little sketches in your notebook as a test, and then put it on a post-it together with the word. So you're gonna have 6 post-it each with one word and one icon with it's a combination of the two. Exactly. Well, together it will be 6 in total in your group. So yes. Yeah, you can work together with your partner and make a combination. You should yours and yours. Yes, yes.
There's some ideas.
The idea that if you have your own drawing and you have one from your neighbor and you're going to combine it. So you can actually in your notebook if you want to separate that drawing different versions and then putting the final one on the post-it. Yeah.
Needs to cognitive development, that's a great. Engineering. Do you believe that? Is that so what do we actually have to do? Yeah.
I'm trying to feel again.
Yeah. Feel like an artist.
Feel like an artist. You taught us about stealing, yeah?
Yes. So feel free.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. Do that one underneath. The combination of if you want an extra. Maybe it was thinking with one.
Yeah.
One combination of the combination to draw both of them on. So ideally one, I don't know, yeah. Oh, all right.
Por eso, pero así la revista.
Yes, yes.
The combined one.
Combined.
Yeah, exactly. So like what drawing is well, I use the original word. Like
Okay.
you have one word and you have the combined drawing. Yeah.
Yeah. The drawing is here. Oh. I don't. The project thing for the next one after the idea already. So in the coffee break. For abbreviation. How are you going? More time or? Yes.
Teacher. Maybe.
Thank you.
Yes, you could do it, tea and then some lights. Okay. Let it sit. And then we go. I think. Yeah. That's not a big. Yes, I do not know. There are sticking there, so I like that. I think that's. So your first thing, loud and then. Right. Now, combine my simulation with your simulation. It's your that's right, that's
Yes, never become I'm browse you know, symbol GeoGebra and it's about I think paralyzed, I think triangle, I think intersections, line and circle and the circle. I like it.
Yeah. And this is also cool. Yeah, put my idea in
Your idea to my
yeah.
to my
Push your button.
field with
Like outside and this is from
economy perfect. Scrap metals are metallic
Különböző mentális state
Persze, beszélünk vele, nem minden megkérdezem, akkor.
Okay. So draw your last line, find your last icon combination. Let's take one more minute to wrap it up.
I think she needs it all, like my teacher as well.
Oh.
But then I'm thinking, maybe she's thinking of him as well, and then she's dropping. Yeah. But one thing in the bubble and then destroy the flower.
And we are just going to do a quick wrap up together to hear briefly from each of the couples. Choose one or two of your drawings or the expression that you chose to draw to show. And if you want, you can say a few words about it, like how was the process of combining or what was challenging about it, like really briefly, yes, from each of the pairs. Okay.
I already explained.
Are you ready? So just pick one. Are you ready? You pick one.
It's better here.
So that's the page.
And this is the reality cube, and this is the virtual reality for my laptop.
Dedicate your full attention to the person who will be sharing their drawing and process. Okay.
Okay, so.
Did anyone decide?
This is,
Okay, cool.
I have.
You can just stay here wherever you are.
Learn something, I remember
Okay.
something.
Can I just
And this
your
is
attention for a
Angelica's.
second? For a second.
Okay.
Okay, just to repeat because I was not sure if it's all clear. So there will be one pair sharing about one of their drawings, showing, and the other people like, yay! You don't have to clap, but the idea is to share it in the big group and not in small group. So because there was like, that might not have been clear. Okay, so go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, one of my wish for my PhD is that to be revolutionary. So I had some idea, but let's met at Che Guevara. So the final solution is like a flag with a stem and flag, like to fight for the education and we make revolutionary ideas.
Cool.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. So we can go like from there.
One of the things that I wanted to show and share was sensitivity, and I didn't know how to actually to show this, and I tried to put things that they're all connected in the middle, and then Kostya from my partner did it in a more of a different way, so I tried to combine them, but still challenging, I think.
Yes.
We are from the same group, is that okay?
Yeah, well, the idea was to
Oh,
put
yeah.
the group together, but now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Let's see from
yeah.
everyone, yeah.
Okay, my keyword is engineering design, teachers and hybrid learning. So student helped me and previously, I have, this is my picture and then student add this idea and then I combine it maybe like this to make engineering clearer. It's a good idea and teachers. I also combine it and for hybrid learning, students add my idea about this connection between students online and it's really significant and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Teacher, I can.
Oh, that's good, I'm a teacher too.
Excellent, thank you.
It's really good.
Thank you.
That's one, right?
Yeah. Well, just share about one.
I had 3 words about care and equity and strength. And I'm gonna represent it about the care. So we have 3 different pages. Then I combine with the care about the care.
Thank you.
Well, the graphics ain't so good, but the idea is genius. It's her idea. In my head, I'm working on effective learning, and the idea that if we make kids have a positive attitude, if it's enjoyable and it's motivational, effective learning, that has impact on cognitive development. Okay, so I thought that was pretty good. So that was my bit, which was enjoyment, motivational, cognitive development. And then the inspirational part came from this different drawing of effective learning, which was basically about collaboration. And of course, what was enlightening in putting those together, that is exactly what the effective learning is. It's motivational learning through positive collaboration in many cases, leading to possibly cognitive development.
Thank you.
Sounds good, although the word effective is better.
It's
So-
coming back, so don't worry.
No. I don't want effective to be that.
I remember that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So, design was,
Sorry, when puts me in the group. So my words were problem solving, technology, and teacher. And I'll probably just as for problem solving, I thought about somebody who already had solved the problem, but my colleague thought about someone who is still in struggle. So I kind of combined them both, the person struggling to find a good solution. And as for technology, I think we both draw a computer. So as we live, I thought about including a particular kind of software. And as for the teacher, I thought about somebody teaching with technology, but then my colleague drew a book. So I thought about the teacher who uses both tools.
Thank you.
I don't get. One of my points was visualization. Visualization, and I was thinking on the process. Yeah, visualization as a process. My colleagues both of drawing as an act, visualize as an act. So we combine the two things with someone who is
thinking of a word and this is drawing or reading the word and thinking of the drawing. Yeah. Cool.
So, we had some interesting words like non-formal education. So for education, for example, we combined Monica's triangle from Maslow's needs with the academic help that we get at the end when we are successful. And then we also had the non-formal, which divided into some together activity, which is not related to school, and we're going to for beliefs. Yes, okay. We combined the idea of someone having a thought, maybe not very sure about it, and then we thought beliefs is really something that determines our behavior, so we change it up for this little side, but it's still a person. It's no longer a question mark, but already having.
Well, we combine in this concept motivation. CSC made a girl and I made a swing. And then we combine in the same picture. The swing came from her eyes and was tracing her smile.
Oh.
And the draw is not that good, but the idea. And the student, I drew someone with a lot of ideas, and she made two-person interaction, and then we represented the same.
Well, our idea for our concern is related with math and probability, and concept of probability. So we combine so we try to implement on the board some functions and trying to connect to the concept of the probability, because the concept of probability is difficult to achieve for our students. And we try to combine in the spirit of collaboration and teamwork with some exercise and in the classroom. That's the main idea. Okay. Right.
Go ahead. Okay. So I have teacher training, GeoGebra and geometry. It's my topic when I'm focusing on. And I made for example, by GeoGebra, I made such construction, and my colleague made a logo of GeoGebra. So I combined it such a way that this logo should be the way how you make something, the steps. And here I gave to this step some tool. So the way with the tools, how to construct something. Cool. This is combination of mine and this.
Thank you.
Another was not perfect. I like this idea.
Yeah. Nice, great work. Amazing how you put together all of these quite complex and abstract ideas to really efficient visual. Thumbs up. Do you have any questions, remarks, ideas at this point?
Some of the icons were quite from different perspectives.
Yeah.
And it is quite challenging to combine probably some of them. We also had different visions about the understanding of the word. But also some of them, it was like a common vocabulary. They were kind of very similar.
Yeah.
So I saw both situations.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's interesting because for everyone is some for some words or mean something else. And I think it should be very nice exercise when we made more pictures and then make some idea from this, from more people.
Yeah, like a crowdsourcing process for creating an icon. Yeah.
It also helps with your definition. Because
Yeah.
you really need to define everything what you are talking about. And then also the picture gives you an opportunity to define and then have the right definition, because all the things can be done, can be explained in different ways, but your picture is a kind of defining that what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also a great study tool. Like I was having a conversation with one of my participants who said like she studies with her daughter at home and they were studying about democracy. And it's like, okay, what is it? How to understand, make an 11-year-old kid understand what democracy is. And they were like, okay, let's draw it. Wait a moment. How do I draw it? And then through drawing it different versions and kind of iterating it, they got to kind of a closer understanding. And it were like 5 different drawings of the same thing because it has many different ways of operating in the world. So it's also very much an iterative process and the process of definition and kind of getting to an understanding of what that thing is through drawing. So it's like a tool for learning and understanding.
Yeah, so then that's why effective is not a good word, because it's everything. You motivate, you do all of them, then difficult, all of them, then the things, but you cannot really introduce in your study everything about effectiveness. So you need to choose parts of the effectiveness. So then that's why effective is a kind of buzzword which we are doing, but we cannot really do effectiveness. We can do that, motivating students, we can change beliefs or we can do things, but not really being effective, because effective is just too big to be studied. But of course, politicians like it a lot, because what they want is get a better score, but that is not improving education if you are more effective in the test.
And if you say affective or effective?
Effective. Affect is a better word. because then that's how you change your.
So what did you say? Effect?
Effective.
Effect. No, sorry, no. Affect.
So affect is okay. I like that. Because,
Oh, I thought we were gonna have a fight afterwards. That's fine. And when you said, did I?
yeah.
I'm asking you, did you say
No, let me explain. Because the politician was raising this, right, which I'm a failed politician as well, but the cool thing about affective, right, is that this is a thing called from Ross Picard at MIT from about 2004, right, and it was saying it's not just the attitudinal or the motivational impact on learning to make kids happy. It's that, but it's also allegedly to influence cognitive development and other factors. So within that, where I'm coming back to exactly what Zolt said, is you then have to be careful with affective learning to say which parts of affective learning are you studying and which aspects of learning or development do you wish to influence cognitively or otherwise. Anyway, I've got that off my chest. I feel great now.
Yeah. So Tony, I really like affective, because you can define it very nicely, but effective have everything.
This
So.
is my funny accent.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So with all this, we're also building towards like the imagery that you can also use for visualizing your research. So keep in mind when you look at others' drawings and stealing like an artist, like, can I use that for something to incorporate into my work and to my topic? So we are going to have a short break with a mission, nasty thing. And so one mission is put also the new post-its on the wall. They're falling a bit like autumn leaves, so you can just stick them back when they fall. And steal 7 icons during the break. Stealing means copying in your notebook. From copying, like there's a house. Copying. 7 icons from those ones, from someone else. So that's like harvesting, basically harvesting the visual vocabulary for yourself by having this target. And in the second half of the morning, we are also going to work a bit digitally. So set up your digital gear, whatever you have. And enjoy your break, of course.
Just for stealing like an artist, it's not only stealing pictures, but you need to steal later the styles that hope you like writing. And then that is very important, that if you like some papers, steal the style that whole one researcher is writing, and then combine your own style, because then that's what we were talking about all semester, that when you write papers, you need to develop your own style, but the most effective is to steal from other good writers. So pictures and also writing, that home you express your ideas, that is very important too. And thanks a lot, Veka. So we are very much enjoying what you are
Thank you.
doing.
That's why we are drawing it, because it will immediately process of adaptation. Okay, so let's take 15 minutes. Was that good from now on? And continue 10 past 11. Is it good for everyone?
And then we ordered some sun too, and it will arrive. So
So I can this term here and whatever you need.
A te számítógépedet szeretnéd ki?
Azután jobban orientálódok.
Jó, mert és akkor csak megosztod a képet.
De az is lehet, hogy az máséról.
Teljesen mindegy, mert ez mindenképpen kell a streamhez. Jó, hogy belekezd. Az irányra, és akkor tudod streamelni. Látom, elég lapabíró képet van.
Hát, cserébe
Egy gombot, ami nincs benne, ugye? Akkor inkább oda be tudok rabolni nekem. És akkor You need to make
Yes.
Io Mario, una stamattina
And then hello. Sorry for interrupting. Mara is here. So Mara. Oh. Yeah.
What time breakfast tomorrow?
Hello, Mara. Very nice.
Great to see you finally.
Excellent. No, you're not more than day after.
Hello, Mara. At that time, it's still in here, but now I have
Mara, are you leaving here? No, where are you? I can join my kids.
I remind you later today and early in the morning. Okay, otherwise I'll be. Okay. Okay. Take care.
Very nice that you are here.
Here, I have come to our quite everything there is my vacation. But I just enjoy it one big students and what's going on. So we still have. So hey, on Zoom just now.
You stay there because you've never been in shape. You gotta learn.
Now I I'm a
Which channel is that? The PhD.
I can say.
Collaboration. Nothing about this.
Okay.
So that's why it's effective.
I'm sure someone can.
And then this conclusion, again, because, sorry, hold on, single subject. Lots of people might say, "Hey, it's good. Like it, to help out."
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people don't see it, very limited.
And you can just even move around doing it pretty rapidly.
But anyway, if you look at the Chinese so, how do they teach math? So the question is, well, why doesn't he do that? Well, yeah, is that a bad thing?
From the laptop.
Well, let's look at people teaching like this.
Did you use? But I'm waiting for the email from the service.
I'm using.
You can use it.
Yeah.
But you, this is what I gave you yesterday. Not yet. Yeah. So she's one of the other ones.
I know you're very good. My name is Mara.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, sure. Nice that you're here. Thank you.
I've got your
Move that. And then you have to do it today.
They have these place for kids, so they are like there and they are introducing somehow. Yeah. You see a lot channel is connecting with this information. Explanation with this. They are not connected too much with the screen. And my institution is more or less. That's my.
I'm following your So what are they? Before I check. What are they? You I am studying
Are you? Yes, and you will need a link on Slack. So if you can hunt down our Slack channel, that this is what we will need. A link on Slack. And for those of you online, we are continuing. Just finished our break. And what we are going to do is no, it's muted. Is it now? So what we are going to do is you will find a link on Slack in the PhD students channel. I will also link it here in the chat. It's a Menti link, and we are going to work with that. We are going to create a word cloud. Here is our we will use this link to create a word cloud. I'll tell the instructions in a second.
No, I think this kind of a mobile phone. I think it looks like WhatsApp. Laptop. Education. Oh, this one is nice.
No.
There, I have there. It's also. Oh, that's nice. Let me also take this.
No.
Yes, it was, I have it also, it was some.
This is in the column on the wall.
I have it also, I like it. It's so nice, I like it. I like
It should be under.
Yeah. I did some videos.
Have your icon. Yeah. So here, both in the first case. a very something better or bigger.
Style, how you are. I didn't take care of I have also because I like here. So I think
I have one at home. Yeah, she was like this, and now she's like. Sorry? Oh, amazing! People are already working with it. I had one. She was like, köszönöm szépen. One day, de kedvenc sütén egyébként, úgyhogy nagyon mindenképpen szép van. And now we go, and now during the window clipping. Yeah, so those of you guys online, you already guessed the task is we are going to collect key phrases through Menti. What we are going to visualize later. And this so we are going to collect phrases and we call her to have as a bank of here's like so we are going to collect icons afterwards, but I'm going to do that later. And now maybe 7 okay. 2 years I think. Oh yeah, 2 years. Is the forest and the state of cooperation is the forest one, like the forest. Oh yeah,
Okay,
no
so I
water.
think you should start.
Yes, let's start. Okay, have you all found your 7 icons to feel like an artist? Yay! Nice. So our visual vocabulary is already expanded. What we are going to do, focus, settle, what we are going to do in the next session is to see how can we hunt and gather images digitally and how we can work with that. So we are going to lay the foundations for that. Oh, what you will need is in Slack, there's a link to Menti, a Menti link. So you will find in the PhD students thread if you open Slack. And then you find this link.
You need to mute everything.
Yes, mute everything. Mute everything.
No, I think it's.
Okay, clear. What do you have to do? Okay. So Slack, link to Menti. And we are going to do very much the same thing as we did before, collecting 3 key phrases, link to your research, link to your topic, that would be interesting to visualize. So pretty much the same thing what we did on the post-it, but now in Menti, and we are going to see, hopefully, the whole thing gathered in a beautiful compilation here. Oh. So open the Menti, insert 3 words, 3 words. That would be very interesting to visualize. It might be the same ones that we already put in a post-it before. Okay. Let's give it a few more minutes. So we have most popular ones: theme, teacher, geometry, and teachers in plural, education. Okay. So as a next step, we are going to use these phrases to hunt for images. And one thing what I generally shall we give more seconds here or done, right? So one strategy, of course, is to use Google and just to type whatever icon. Some alternatives, let's say. There are some websites specifically for that. In our Google Drive, there is this document where if you scroll down, here are a few ideas for creating your icon bank. So just a few websites to start out as suggestions. There is freeicons.io, for example. So they are all websites to search for icons, you know, what we just drew, but digitally, and you can download them in PNG, GP, JPEG, you know, the format suitable for you. Some of them have copyrights, so it's good to research. Some of them are free, some of them you need to pay if you don't want their logo on your file. So it's a bit of a process to figure out which website is the best to. If you're so enthusiastic, you can pay them a little fee to really have copyright, you know, like proper copyrighted images. So you can find a couple of ideas here. I will also put it in the Slack. Find icon website. Well, it's just here, this document. And what we are going to do is that we are going to use Google. Do you know Google Jamboard? It's like one file where we can all work together. So Jamboard link also goes in Slack. Is that very same thing what we do on the wall, kind of, now in our digital space. So we're gonna take the key phrases from Menti. You can like copy it, a few of them, on the Jamboard. No, not this one. This one. For example, I put here. You can see the different tools for the Jamboard. You can create a post-it, for example. It's in Hungarian. I'm sorry, but I hope you will still get the main point. So we're gonna put a few words. You're autonomous on putting words on the Jamboard, so feel free to put sticky notes on it. You can also use the text tool. So this is going to be a collaborative process of putting keywords from Menti on the Google Jamboard. This is okay. We are okay with this one, right? Step 2 is you start looking for icons for these words on one of the icon finder platforms or Google. And what will happen is that you open a folder on your computer somewhere. I have a folder for Visual Abstract, and you're going to upload. So you add an image, and we are going to gather images on the Jamboard next to the words, and you can size it. I mean. Okay, so let's just sum up again the process. First part, the word, keyword from Menti Jamboard, first. Second part, find icons. and save them. Let's say at least four icons to separate first. And then put them on Jamboard. And feel free to make a little bit of tidying up on the Jamboard itself. There's going to be a bit of a mess with a lot of words, a lot of images. Let's try it. It's our shared visual collection. Yes. For the Jamboard. Yes, I will. Just a second. Well, it's supposed to.
Because I use.
Can you access the Jamboard or not?
Functions in the jump.
It's
How do you do that?
very helpful.
But can you put the link with?
I think I should change that.
Yeah. Okay, now it should work. Try. No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Technology. Yay, someone the fee for it. Sorry, copyright, and then the format. What is very useful is to have a PNG file with a transparent background. That's what's the most usable if you want to put color behind it. So PNG, transparent. Background. If you have a tablet, or even if you draw it on paper, then of course save it in PNG with transparent background. Do you have some softwares that you like to use drawing programs? If you draw digitally, what are you thinking?
Paint.net.
Sorry, Inkscape?
Inkscape. Canva. Paint.net. Canva. Paint.net.
Paint what?
Paint.net.
Paint.
How do I answer?
What's that? Figma. Figma, right? Yeah, so there's a bunch of programs you can even draw in Google Jamboards or I think PowerPoint or like Paint, like. But you can draw directly also in these files. I like to use concepts, from which you can also generate vector-based images if that would be your need. So that's directly drawing, and you can even draw it on paper and scan it, which is what I used to do back in the times of the dinosaurs. And then you can if you take a picture of it and scan it, again, you can use the drawing software to create a PNG with a transparent background. So we all end up there at PNGs with transparent backgrounds at the end of the day. Yeah.
I just want to draw your attention that how you do your concept, that as Rekha is explaining, that how she is using the arrows and the lists and the other things, because that could be very useful for your presentations and then for your papers too. That how you structure your ideas with the different spaces and with the different connections. So I think you should pay attention that how Rekha is representing her ideas.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that actually as well.
Yeah, but I think it's very important to be specific. That's how you can put all of this into ideas.
Yeah. So any CAN apps that you like to use? You have some in mind, right? How you scan flip charts, drawings. Yeah.
You take pictures as well.
Yeah, take pictures and optimize them, basically, and photograph. So you have a bunch of tools for it. I think for drawing, if you do it on paper, let's say this is your paper, and you draw it with a nice thin fine liner in one corner, and it's like a little bit small. I encourage you to draw big images with thick lines. So here is my stick figure instead of this one, and then you photocopy this. And I brought you some thick black markers. So in case you feel adventurous, you can use these thick black markers to really clean up your icons on paper. It can be a very nice process to use the images that you already drew, but like clean them up in a way of what are the very basic essential shapes, and draw it with a big black marker on paper so that it's really crystallized. Yeah. So you can use these ones for sure. Just come to me whenever you need one. And what we are going to do in the next, let's say 20 minutes, right? 20 minutes is that what I usually do is that I have a folder on my, like, just on my computer, which is called visual vocabulary. So for example, is it shared now? No, you share. And I have different topics. These ones are used for videos. I have a folder for animals. I have a folder for pictures, and well, it's not per se icons, but it's an image bank I usually use for my work, so I don't have to draw it all the time and again and again. So what I encourage you to do, create a folder. In the future, you can create thematic subfolders in it, but basically collect at least 7 images. That's a magical number in your icon bank. In whichever the ways you can feel experimental, in whichever the ways, digitally drawing, etc. And then afterwards, we are going to have in this folder, I'm going to link it in Slack, a visual abstract folder, very classical PPT. Is it? No, it's not there. Yeah. Where you can put your name, your topic. You can arrange it nicely, blah, blah, blah. And some of your images. So don't get confused if it's, yeah, so you can upload from your icon bank. So we have kind of a shared visual icon bank in a dummy PPT format. So you can take a new page for you, like open, just add page, and copy the icons that you chose. The first step, just search, create for yourself in your folder, and then we bring it together. Yes, Tony.
Excuse me, has anybody managed to do this on a phone? Because I keep getting a problem repeatedly occurring.
With the noun project, yes, there was like this problem, so
Yeah.
open the laptop because of that.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. I'll just share with some nice person with a laptop.
Yeah, you can also draw. I mean, that's an incredible opportunity to practice more drawing in your notebook.
Well, good.
And then take a picture of it and then just put it on the PPT.
Wow.
Yay! So
Only we will get the laptop for you tomorrow.
yeah,
Oh dear.
but it's always parallelly working digitally and analog. So feel free to sketch. Do you have any questions? I will link it in the Slack. I will link everything in the Slack. So yes, definitely.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was still doing this. Where I've got to, there's a lot of students. I've managed to then copy an image. How would that Yeah. Yeah, so I would just control C, copy it, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's in the Slack, in the PhD thread, PhD student thread. You managed to find it? And I think it's cool.
But I can, but in this thing, in PowerPoint. So this PowerPoint, you just something I'm missing here. We just take icons from Google. What's the genre? All right. Yeah. Oh, I find. Yeah.
When I was starting, someone had the they didn't allow me around. It's so or for this one, if you manage if you want to use it in your paper, then it is what from the period of the AI. For this exercise, I think it's.
So if you bump into copyright issues, don't worry at this point. Just if you, when you use it in your paper and really publish it, then make sure it's here.
I have to say, I do a picture.
Without your.
Okay. For now, I think we use it for sure.
Yes, but then.
Then make sure that.
I will just edit it first. Normally I edit.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Slide.
Pero en ese caso, tienes solo algunos, relacionarlo, ¿no? Sí, copiar un ejecutar, pero no esconden, sí, ¿no? Cualquier cosa, por ejemplo, esta, o esto, como un sí, y va, luego me pongo la imagen, ahí, como no, o como me parece.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Como, se tengo acá. No, debería hacer esto. No, tiene que ver con lo que tiene. Porque esto lo permite, ¿no? Explicarlo, ¿no? Para hacer
Sí, tenemos que ser respetuosos de esto, por ejemplo, sí, 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 sí. Tem liberdade matemática.
Ritmo normalny, to było na 100, na 100, na 100. Tam można to tak tak? Są to 24 O, to będzie użyć, no. To ułożę, to użyć. A to skanuję go wszystko do naszych dokumentów papieru. Ale to ci tam 30 nie tam posłać, to się chyba, może się ten slot, będzie się użyć po prostu, a to 30 tam jest to, to jest, dobra. Kamil, ale jeszcze wróćcie. To sobie ułożyć. Parę wróci. A sobie ułożyć. A to się jest tego wyproszenia, ale to pada eksponencją, tak się zaraz kręci. To jest skończyłabyś tą rekompensę. To ty weźmy rekompensę. A więc ja na przykład było to wziąć o te prezentacje.
Yeah. That's
Hello, we can't hear anything on this side.
Ay, no puedo. So easy, ni lepa.
mute. Maybe this one.
We need to unmute this.
Okay. Anyways, let's go ahead, Pia.
Okay, yeah. My research topic is out of beauty. That other. And the one with the book is the support we are trying to, to acquire we ourselves by trying to get the knowledge we are lacking. And the final one is representing the confidence and actually also the commitment we put into teaching. Yeah. This is how far I got.
Yeah.
And which is actually important, I think, in every teacher.
Yeah.
Be it out of field or in the field. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pia. Actually, I think she's not here, right? No, she's online.
Yes.
Oh, there's some animation going on there. Cool. Wow, and
so
even
many.
animation stuff. And then these. Yeah.
So I'm in the process of finding my topic actually, but I've written something on top of the. So information design and teacher training, that's roughly what I'm planning to do researching. And I've got the first icon of the teacher that we've already created in the pair progress. Then I've got information was a really tricky icon to find because it's not just, it's all kind of information from video to text to audio files to all kind of information. It's more maybe like data than information. So it's a tricky icon for me to find. And I put the rocket there too because it's also new stuff that's coming up. And then I quite like the two icons of the scissors and the clock because it's about cutting things down to the minimum. So it's only the right amount of information that has to be given. So I guess maybe one of them would do the job too. And then making it available via an app or something or teacher training. So I've got the mobile phone and the training icon. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. No, I think it's also online.
Okay, I just put one picture because one of part of my research is about computational thinking in mathematics education. One approach to do that is by tinkering activity. When I search for tinkering, the Google's shows Tinkerbells. So I should combine the pictures with arrows and then with a screwdriver. So then I put tinkering there. That's it.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, I focused on the task in some of the words that I find particularly art, which are artwork in my work, but with a special way of interpreting them. So I try to draw myself. For example, visualization, in my case, I'm interested in the process. Exactly the process.
Yeah.
I wanted to mathematical text that has particular features. They have images, but you don't see the narrative construction of the images. So I wanted to visualize the fact that you actually and geometry, all the geometry, also the 3D geometry.
Yeah.
Many basis of geometry. In my case, I focus on projective geometry, for example. So,
Yeah, amazing. And you drew these icons, right?
yes.
Yay. Well, in which program?
Some difficulties. But
Yeah.
What did you do that just here?
yeah, yes, but
Yeah, it's amazing. Cool. It's a great example of paper power. Claudia?
So I'm interested in the process of creating a STEAM curriculum by bridging formal and non-formal education and this through teacher training. So bridging was the puzzle, then non-formal was actually a bit difficult to find some icon to represent that. So it's the two icons there, like the group and maybe child and adult that are kind of learning together, but it relates also to the experiences, educational experiences in museums, for example. And then the teacher training, which comes in it is in a collaborative way on the pre-service teacher side, building lesson plans that should be also evaluated and tested by the teachers themselves, the in-service teachers. Lesson plans that are STEAM lesson plans, and the idea is to bring STEAM into the formal curriculum.
Cool. Jarmo is not. Tuk tuk. We're done, right? Are we? Others.
Yes.
Okay.
It was difficult for me finding an icon. And my interest is about aesthetic experience, but the starting point is to have humanic education in mathematics. So for the school math, the earlier my keyword was care and equity and abstractness as one of mathematical characteristics of aesthetic experience. That was my keyword. So it was complex. So in school mathematics for the future, the humanic care will be more problem. So that's why aesthetic understanding is for the school individual level. We are helping them to find self, then find self, then but as a relative thing. So to do that, we need to show them some aesthetic work has done, and also we challenge them to create their own aesthetic work, but also in mathematics. So I'm finding various approaches like field modeling or making a poem, mathematical poem, and some students made a mathematical song.
Wow.
So, but it is so all math. Finding out where to go.
Thank you. Is there still someone here who hasn't shared and would like to?
Me.
Yeah,
It's online.
yes, tell us.
Hello. I'm very sorry. I have lots of meetings. I have so mine is the main study, and it's a combination of three areas, arts, mathematics, and technology. So my study is about using functions, mathematical functions, this one, to create artworks. And to do that, we need the technology, like, for example, GeoGebra. So I think these three icons or images represents the connection among the three. This one for visual images or visual arts. This one is the graph produced by GeoGebra. It's not GeoGebra per se, but it's a graph that can be produced by any software. It just happened that the GeoGebra has two-way representation. Like you can draw and you get the equation, and then you can type the equation, and then you get the visual representation. So this is my study, and hopefully I can talk to you later, Reka, because I have to write also about the art part, because I'm writing about the mathematics part. So let's talk later. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Guillermo. Thank you. Well, amazing job. Like really rich material, like a rich icon bank we put all together. So this would be like the wrap up of this morning, and we are going to continue in the afternoon with text, color, coherence, and a bit of structuring. And just a few notes. Well, the icons that we have like now gathered, the main point is not really to be understandable in itself, but they will be part of the context. They will be part of the system of your visual abstract or your infographic or whatever, the visual structure. So it will be complementary with text and the surrounding elements as well. So don't worry if you like, oh, I'm not sure how to draw engagement or belief systems or really complex notions, but the main thing that they will be understandable in the context. And that's why we always tend to simplify things a little bit, like using more simple icons, because they're gonna be put all together. And what else? There was a very interesting thing about breaking things down. It's connected to the synonyms and associations. When you struggle to find an icon, it's really good to break it down with parts. I think it was about gamification, right? Mm-hmm. Like what are the parts of gamification, like awards, badges, whatever, and then look for the word badge. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
so
something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So what else? No. Okie doke. So thank you so much for your enthusiastic work and engagement this morning. Let's now go for lunch, and let's continue at 2 p.m., right? Like kind of sharp.
So everyone knows where we go from. No, so we go to the Mensa. If you don't know, then I think the local students will be able to guide you. There is an option, you can choose a menu, which you can, some of you can test it. Or the easiest way is you just look at it, and then you can pick whatever you like. So there is a menu, and then also you can pick different options as well. Mara has something to say.
I just want to do, but I know most of you, and I will put a calendar on the Slack where I'm available for meetings, and I would love to chat with all of you. And sometimes I'm not going to lunch because I'm really with that. And I will come in the afternoon, or I'll join the Zoom right now.
So Mara just arrived yesterday from a very long trip from the US. And she's here for 2 weeks with us. And she really knows STEAM education and arts and mathematics and so on. So please take the opportunity to pay attention to her. Lila and Joseph arrived from Bratislava just on time to go for lunch. Also take an opportunity talk with Tony. Then Tony is only here for this week. And I also made a calendar for Diego because Diego knows a lot of things about modeling and laser cutting, laser printing and so on. So Diego will be here for 2 weeks. So please talk with each other, collaborate. And then, of course, everyone will collaborate with everyone. Right, paper. So sharing is open. You have we'll go for dinner in Rakhine at 6:30. So please join us for dinner as well. I will make an announcement on that. So have fun for lunch and thanks again. Take care. Por eso vive.
Don't worry.
Okay. Oh, we need an umbrella?
Ya, بدي أنا بدي
És délutáni workshop az ugyanez lesz, vagy még egyszer? Ugyanaz, még egyszer, vagy?
Nem ugyanaz, hát ugyanaz a téma, csak már a második fel.
Jaj, szóval akkor, mert az nem volt nekem teljesen világos, hogy mondom, ugyanaz kétszer, vagy első rész, úgy tudod volna, hogy
Első rész, második rész, igen.
Na, tudom, csak nem, nincs odaírva, mondom, ha arra gondoltam, hogy nem mindenki egyszerre jön, akkor mondom, lehet, hogy ismétli. Mert ezt úgy nézett ki, hogy ez ilyen ismétlés. Úgy kellett volna írni, hogy 1-es, 2-es, 3-as, 4-es.
Szabály volt az első rész. Meghívlak, jó?
Vagy bármit láttad, nem kell vinni semmit.
Yeah. But it's a- Yeah, you can try, yeah.
Something that we have to discuss, I was planning,
Have you checked
the portions, but if we are not getting those portions, I'm not very sure it makes sense. I mean, I will come for to your the portion. Either come here, but if I have kind of talk or workshop. But right before. Yeah, because something else that I was considering and I have to plan because I just got my tickets from Brazil to Madrid. I think it's July 5th or 6th. So I have to decide if I either am coming here or going somewhere else, like Portugal maybe. So I don't know. And are we living together from here?
There is a lot of.
I didn't.
Even though they-
And how are you going there? By train?
Everything fine? That's all?
This is the principle of technology.
Yes.
I can mention this in my speech also.
Let me do that.
Just ignore me. You know, I got the fucking know that I will.
Oh, great.
Okay. I think you can make that for it.
Yes.
I should do it.
Oh. Who did I miss? 1 minute?
No, but.
So Fadlan, you will be here.
Yeah, I will be here.
Because I have no idea where is the key.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Gordon. Gordon.
We're not coming to lunch.
No, I will be
Uh,
here.
Because I could pay. And I experienced.
Megosztom szívesen.
Meeting comes on. Okay, is it, this is still open. More. Joel, I will be here. You will say, it. Okay, so no problem. Io mi piacerebbe lì la mia
Zambi rabata belokka.
no, faccio una storcina, 8 voglio.
Nie, to cukrowi. It's not good. Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
Why no tea? Why they bring the water?
Why?
Pretty much mean. Water bottle.
What?
The big water bottle, so we wash it.
Yeah.
They're not using. Why they bother to bring this using car? This is like two persons. Yeah. I know.
And a committee. You're not coming to the lunch? Why?
Oh. When I walk, my understanding, when people are not organized, the meaning is they don't have affection. That it is not about intelligence.
Affection.
My understanding, like for example, mom, when female become a mom, they become more organized.
Yeah.
Because it is about love. Organization is not about like only habit or intelligence. It is about love. So when you have some affection for those pets, you are gonna be organized because you made some space
Yeah.
of the heart for the occasion.
That's right. I agree with you.
So this is about attitude, not about business.
Yeah,
It's business.
with this.
No,
The link.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Oye, ¿y me devolvieron la mitad? ¿De la caja de que va a ir el 23? Porque la niña me dijo, ¿y qué? Pues ya pensaba que iba a 6 parte y 6. Y yo voy 6 veces a 16:50. Ah, ya. No, yo dije, obvio, teaching. It's just the people very good stuff. But it's fun. Okay. When you pronounce the words, not the way Maybe double check. And they will everything is done there.
I'm looking for you. My project. We have any experience on your project?
Yes.
I'm working in the European University. So we are working on some field Like the again. Four parts. One of it belongs to the higher education system, and the other part belongs to the vocational standards education. So it's not just only one national agency that is responsible for. We can try to find the.
But we are still.
Because I have my special folders.
No, yeah, so yeah. You are in the same one. Yes. No, Okay. Yeah, let's try to warm up. So, take a card from the one. So, yeah. And you can learn some Hungarian, you speak now are you? The best. And yeah, you can learn only one? Yes. Every time. Yes.
Yeah, working in.
So you have one already. Hey. Okay.
So we are going to start out with a really short warm-up exercise, short drawing exercise. Still linking back to the topic of this morning, which is icons and drawing icons.
So you pick the card, so totally random. I picked these ones. And the task is to transform it into an icon, but like a bold one. So there are some markers, it's maybe in front of you, they're like thick, black, like really practicing the drawing. Thick black markers. There's some more. Oh my God. And maybe
Most likely, it requires some simplification in the detail of the drawing you're gonna capture or the picture. Because this one is like, okay, what the hell? Okay. And then I can simplify that, you know,
Yeah.
landscape.
Yes.
Can you show maybe some of the pictures for the
Yes.
online?
Yes, definitely. So what we do is everyone chose a card with a photograph on it, and we are going to transform the photograph into icon. So if you want, you can pick a photograph from online. So photograph to an icon with big, bold, black strokes.
So here is one example of it. And take,
Excuse me, Reka. Excuse me.
let me just explain once more, and then I'm gonna answer the question. So take a new sheet of paper, yeah, and draw it big, like make it really big so it fills the whole sheet with like bold, thick lines.
Yes, tell me.
Musa?
Yes, I didn't hear clearly the photo that you said we should pick.
Well, here I had some cards with
But maybe
photos.
we can show some
Oh,
of
we
the
can
pictures.
show, yes. of
I mean,
course.
maybe just take one or two.
Yeah, take two. That's great.
And then we can just show two photos. and
Yeah,
then-
okay. So there are two pictures. How can I want.
Yeah, yes, I can see.
There you go. Thank you.
So you can have the photos. You see them?
Yes.
And then you can just draw some representation of it. Either
Like transforming it into an icon, ideally.
like on the picture on the, which was the, so then this was the picture of this. And then Reka is making the representation there.
Okay.
And then you have these. And then you can just create a representation of any of them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zot.
Is it okay?
Sure, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And you can remember our basic shapes, you know, like circle, triangle, square, like nothing more complicated than that. Possibly with one color, like one big marker. Only one color. Well, the idea is to transform it to an icon, a monochromic icon, so it can be a big green marker as well. But the idea at the end is to have one clear picture on a sheet, which kind of fills the whole paper. So just the practice of, yeah, exactly, like, I have, do you want to show it to us? Like a nice example. Like monochromic, simple image from the photograph, yeah.
Okay, so we can have more than one icon, more than one.
Well, it was kind of a simple, yeah, that's like more icons, exactly.
Yeah, too much.
No, but that's the level of simplification we works really well. Yeah. Also, it can be, if it's a library, maybe it will be a book at the end. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Just
And
one
maybe-
color.
Well, one color ideally.
Mhm.
And you can also try just to take a new sheet of paper and like draw it really big and bold. There's this practice of boldness and bold strokes, like bam. After drawing with a fine liner for most of the morning. How are you doing? Are you ready, Michael? Okay, so whenever you're ready, just throw up your drawing and the picture next to it so we can look around. And wow, nice. Was that easy one? Yeah, I know. Some of you got. Oh, well, I think it's typewriter now. Yeah. But I'm not really sure of the meaning of the box. Yeah, that's a tricky to think things next to each other. Oh, yeah, first question is big, you know? Sorry. Sorry, Johnny was Nice, amazing. Yes, so actually what we are aiming for is like, I know that lots of
Can you
people.
show it to the online
But-
group too?
Yeah.
Wait.
Wait, I'm gonna focus. Nice.
Great.
Nice. So a compass can be for this kind of exercises, like, could I use it to scan it and use it for my article as an illustration? That's the compass. That's why we took like the big markers, simplified lines. So this can be an exercise to return to when we want to practice a little bit simplification iconography, let's say. Okay, so then we are going to transition to our next chapter of the day. In the morning, we dedicated mostly to icons and developing our visual vocabulary. And now it's the second part, which is about text, highlighting, and how to actually structure using different fonts and differently visualized texts.
Rika, I just listened to a podcast that phone typography is working. It's in a Hungarian podcast. I will send it to you. It's really amazing that it takes about a year to create a text or what is it, a font set for the computer.
Yeah.
So you have to design the items, and then you have to have the spaces between the fonts.
Yeah.
But every step, A to B, A to C, B to T, and so on, that's so much space in it. So it takes like thousands of hours to create one font set for the computer.
Yeah.
And actually every day there is like 100 to 1,000 new fonts appearing online. And then many of the font sets are paid. So it's some of the fonts are very, very expensive.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, totally. So again, like this morning, we are going to work both analog sketching and digitally. Working in the analog way will really help you not to get lost in the hundreds and thousands of fonts, like, oh, there's new every day. How do I get orientation of which fonts to use? Sometimes for visual abstracts, there's a guideline from a journal, like use Arial. Great, I love creativity, Arial. But sometimes when there's no guidelines, like use this specific font to submit your visual abstract to us, then you have a bit more playroom for choosing your font. We are going to distinguish 3 different levels, which will help you to structure content visually. Yeah. Layers, but levels. The first one, of course, the biggest, the boldest, what gets the most emphasized is the title, of course. It might sound a bit obvious, but this is really what gives an anchor, what gives orientation. So typically, yeah, the biggest, and sometimes it's also framed. The second level is keywords and key phrases, like what you would like to highlight. And the third one is notes, like general notes, the common text, basically the content body. When you read a book or a paper, it's usually notes. Sometimes highlighting. I don't know if there's any habit of using highlighting or bold. Was it like not so much? Italics, yeah, that's the one. Well, but this will be our 3 levels to consider and to work on. And a few tools to work with. Now, the first time we are going to work with it analog. Well, one thing is the size of the font, of course, how big it is. If it's a small font, or if you know, 10 or 9, what's that? You know, the number size of your font. Then there's the color of your font, whether you choose to emphasize something with a different color, usually keywords. As you can see, for example, here, you see different solutions for highlighting. Sometimes it's bold or a different font. Then there's, of course, highlighting or underlining. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Online people can also see that. Okay, so highlight when it's like you highlight the whole thing. Underline. It's usually very useful for keywords in a text. So, right. To be bold. And then there's fonts. Well, for general notes, is the quickest and most readable. If you consider your handwriting, that's like your usual handwriting. For keywords, it can be interesting to implement, or like key phrases, a different font. And titles are usually the one which you can get fancy with it. But for coherence, don't use a font only once. You will see when we gonna structure it, like make it appear in more places. It will be the same with colors, in more places in your visuals, because it's gonna create a bit more coherence. Okay, let's see a few solutions for that. I need a help. Thank you. For this summer. Okay. So let's see if you just stay with me, please. And what is really helpful, again, still like an artist, just copy the things that we are doing now. It will help you to integrate the learning. Okay, so let's see about the title. Very often it's a bold font or something that catches your attention. if you decide to frame it, there's a tricky thing with writing that if you draw a very nice frame and then after you write the text in it, it's like so more practical. It's first drawing your bird and then framing it. A few cute examples for framing your title. So one is just creating a frame around it and drawing 4 circles in each of the corners. And it will have this nice effect of, what do you call it? Pins. And drawing pins. A few more technique solutions. It's like you start drawing your square, but one corner is like a donkey-eared. Of course, you can use different colors and different textures of your frames, like a dash one. Or you can get really fancy. Again, drawing a square. And drawing 2 little things like it stands on a little flex. Then drawing this horizontal flex. And the last part is connecting the corners. And you have this nice flat banner effect. So keywords, as you saw, so like title is basically font, make it big and bold, coloring, frames, and size. And for keywords, again, it's practical to underline. You can write it with a different color. Or really highlight it. Another thing that helps you structuring your text is bullet points. Which kind of, they're an anchor, they're a visual anchor for the eye. So even if you have a text like bullet points really help you to focus and to distinguish the different parts, even if they are just colorful dots, basically. But you can see that they are separate sections here. And one way of using the bullet point is, of course, dots of different colors. But they can also be different icons. For example, for a list to be ticked, it's cool to have either a cat mark, like tick the box, or actually mark it. You can also use, if there's something to clarify, question mark, or mark something that is really important with an exclamation mark. Doesn't seem like a big thing, but it can draw attention. It can be numbers. You can combine the colorful dot thing with numbers as well. And what else? Even little stars or any icon that you find helpful. Oh yes, arrows. Our best friends. What else? What comes to your mind when you think bullet points? What do you use as bullet points sometimes?
ABC.
Sorry?
ABC.
Ah, yeah, for example. Probably I would then add a different color or something that also visually entices the viewer. But definitely that's also a way to break up content. Anything else about fonts, bullet points? So what is helpful when you make a note, like a draft, for example, of a really long text, is like highlighting the keywords and really filtering out the essence. That's what we are also doing with visual abstract, that it's a process of filtering and weighting. Each word is a decision making, or each image is like a decision making of what do I want to communicate? What's the purpose? What's the essence of that paper, article, study, project, etc. Okay. What else? Something about colors, which we are going to talk a bit more about later, is I have this nice color wheel here. And what is practical, how to choose your colors is for contrast. Let's see which one my favorite is the blue orange, like everywhere, kind of. And it's very, very nice if you want to create dynamism, contrast, like an effect in your visuals. For harmony, it's practical to choose colors which are next to each other, like yellow, green, orange, yellow, etc. And I recommend like 2-3 colors for each of your visuals. We're gonna look into it a bit more in depth, but like now you can find more colors on your table, hopefully, and if not, just come and grab some more from around here. But like, yeah, colors, let's use all 12 because it makes things more visual. But like really pick 2-3 for one poster. Okay. So let's put this all into practice, right? So on a totally new page of your notebook, I would like to invite you to you can have to down yeah, for a better overview. There's some more things. So on this new page, if the topic will be your research topic or the thing that you're into now, your project, your research. So you're gonna put the title on the top or somewhere. And emphasize it like a title with all the tools that we have just do that. Framing, fonts, colors. Then include at least 3 keywords. 3 key messages, outcomes, etc. together with bullet points as well. You can emphasize the keywords as much as you want, and then break it down a little bit to further points, which are general notes, maybe like 1 or 2 each. So we have all 3 layers basically in a one. It's still a linear sketch, so it's not including any fancy structuring. We are heading that way. But first, it's basically practicing the 3 levels of the text, a bit of coloring, and yeah, layouting on one page, so the composition is kind of balanced. And there's a trick at the end, magic trick, which is whatever you sketch, whatever is on your paper, if at the very end you put a frame around it, it's like, oh, nice. It gives this nice feeling of finish, this world peace, like, oh, it's framed. So it's like, somehow it's a psychological safety to have frames in our lives. So that's a little trick if you want to make it like quick all together. That's one way to do it. Do you have any questions? Okay, so the topic is yours, and here are the tools. Let me know if you're stuck. Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me. Yeah.
Maybe I'm trying to understand, are we using this framework and then generate something visually? And then we chuck the framework away, or?
The framework, you mean the frame itself, or just the?
No, if we do a page like that, is that used for a visual representation and that would then be chucked away? Or would we be using that?
Well, the visual tool what we are using is structuring through the 3 layers of the text. So that's the one visual tool.
Right.
And the topic is, yeah, your research team. And well, this is basically a practice.
Are you saying that is one type of visual abstract?
Well, we are heading towards a complex visual form, which will include.
So that's a support tool to deliver a complex visual form.
Exactly, it's like we're
Yeah.
building it up step by step. It's like a puzzle piece. Consider it like one piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, we won't be hanging around with bullet points.
It will be included in the final more complex thing, but now it's kind of a practice on our journey there.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Right. Real stuff.
Yeah, but possibly. You can also write about your cat. It's a post-lunch brain treat. But yeah,
Because that's one part of the problem.
okay.
What to write.
Okay, well, if you increase your stuff there, when I give like basic sketchnoting course, if we do this exercise for cat, title, cat, keywords, fluffy, details, scratches sofa, scratches your face when you wake up. So if you're stuck at the topic, pick something a bit more simple. And at this point, it's your pen and paper. So the next, we're gonna work digitally as well. If you're worried about finding stuff digitally, don't worry, we are heading there as well. But now it's really to work it out on paper at this point.
One time I would do like so bring it like this, make it like this. I think I would do what I can hear or something. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay. Then to review it or just to look at each other's pages a little bit, turn to your little group where we worked a few times, like groups of 4 or 3 around yourself, and just take a look at each other's page, what you did, how you structured your text, and look at it with the mindset of the stealing artist, like what are the solutions from the other drawing that are worth to take away, like look for good ideas in your neighbors' notebooks. You can point it out and make them compliments and notes for improvement if they
I guess it's something because you're thinking a lot about the content and what to put on there, all that content, and then kind of visualizing it at the same time as you have to reduce the information. Not like
bullets on after both these head what?
Yeah. I was wondering about if you like usually the darker colors being pop up, like they are in our eyes. So something is usually the black with the darker color. And the blue is a bit more discreet. Very pale. I just said it's page because I don't have the book.
Okay, let's wrap it up and bring it together in a but you need more time for a bit of reviewing with your neighbors. I guess you need more time. I got the message.
Just simple.
Yeah, you can avoid like and
Okay, let's just wrap it up in a popcorn style. What's it in popcorn style? It's just if you sell a nice solution in your neighbor's notebook, you can show it to us with the permission of your neighbor. Like, hey, look at this. This is so cool. Like, let's see like 3-4 such examples. Yeah. Yeah. That would be absolutely. Yeah. And what? Just pay attention to the one who is showing the. What is it that you like about it?
So I like that she used only 2 colors, and then I like that she used different liner in this case. So the difference between the different things is obvious.
Yeah, exactly. It's very nice.
Yeah.
and it stands out really well.
Yeah.
I think I should emphasize this one too. Because it's very clear.
Yes.
There isn't that, well, comparing to mine, I will show you. It's easy to understand and you get to the main points easily, and I like the colors and the icons that she created also specifically illustrating the context. And of course, the other icon.
Cool.
Yes.
And I think also maybe it's really nice with all the process and she embedded all the icons also.
Nice. Great. Anything else? Treasures from your neighbors.
No.
So that sounds so simple, but.
Yeah.
About my research and.
Your.
Yeah.
I like colors.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
No, you can show me.
Yeah, I can show.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
She did it
Wow.
with different colors,
Colors.
and you can see 4 different keywords.
Yeah.
And sub keywords.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something really practical to make digitally. And when you're like coloring all the boxes, it's like, yeah, like a coloring book.
Yes, I like it. Yeah, it's simple. And it's nice. It attracts your attention. You really want to read what's there. So, yeah, thanks.
But just the below.
Nice, nice. Cool. Nice. I've seen really a lot of very nicely structured, really good solutions. So thumbs up. Now we are going to put this all in the digital field, like how to use it, because it's a bit different when we are sketching by hand and it's all quick and like, let's make it efficient. And digitally, it's a bit of a different functioning, but we can implement a lot of, you know, practices and tips and tricks from the sketching side. Just one thing about colors and color coherence. Usually the darker ones are the ones which pop up better, like they catch our eye faster. So usually just use the darker colors, even if it's like a deep orange or something like a deep green, for the ones that you would really like to emphasize. And the lighter ones are really good for even creating emphasis as a background layer, or, you know, creating the fields around it. Okay. Do you know what a brand book is? Or you've seen a brand book? Kind of. It's basically like usually a document where the fonts, the colors, and the basic visual elements of a design stuff are included. So we are going to like prototype or work out a little bit our little brand book, or like each of us. And to keep it simple, I've created another PowerPoint document here. I'm gonna share it with you in a second. In our shared drive. So here it is. We are going to basically collect the same things like titles, keywords, and notes with colors and different fonts in this PPT. So you open a new page and you start. The title can be either your name or the name of your research, but think about the fonts that you're going to use. Well, I'm just gonna write it as well. Font, size, and color. For the 3 layers of text. And well, the colorful field is basically your pick of colors that you are going to use in your visuals. So pick, like, there will be black, of course, mostly for outlines, but like 3 primary colors are the ones that you can see in the upper row, which you will use for highlight, emphasis, and for things to stand out. And the secondary colors are usually the ones which are a bit lighter, what we use for background, for fields, for similar effects. Let's just see an example of so here you can put your text here, or keywords, blah blah blah. I'm sorry for the Hungarian language PPT, and here you can create just a simple, right? The simple fields, and you basically just copy paste another one, and you choose a different color for it from up here. So it's basically just putting 3 squares next to each other for your color selection, and 3 more for the secondary colors. What are your questions? Tell me. I will share the link with you in a second. Yeah, link. Okay, no, link now. Questions? Yes. Okay, more questions, confusions, what's happening? Yes. Yes.
Sure that I understand. It's like a template, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to choose, but it's not the content that you're important to.
Yeah, it's not so much. You can use your content, but it's more like making the decision about the colors, the fonts, and the size. These three things. And you can put your content as an example, but we're gonna work with that a bit later. So it's mostly for creating a little, your own little design manual, let's say. Could you open the document? Looking. Editable, hopefully.
this photo. Here, you can choose.
How is it going? Do you need a few more minutes?
Oh,
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let's take 5 more minutes for that. And the next one will anyway build on. We are going to build on this one. Or how are you doing? Are you kind of finished already? Or maybe, maybe no? Okay, I would say let's get an overview of what we have so far, and I will say a few tips and tricks on the details. Is that fine with you?
Yes.
And we look at the next exercise, and those of you who are finished, you can start out with that, and those of you who need a bit more time, we're gonna, yeah, you can still work this out. Okay, doke, let's see. We have is this one still a work in progress, or it's a finished piece?
Well, this one,
Yeah.
no, it does not work on the iPhone.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah, no worries. Well, nevertheless.
rather oddly, the next one.
Okay. This one.
Who did that?
Sorry?
Who did that? That's what I wanted to do. Really?
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, here's just a little, usually the colors correspond to the fields. It's just the idea of having the same colors here as included in the color palette. That's kind of the idea of the whole brand book thing. These things I generally don't recommend. Can I be honest with you guys? It looks super lousy. This like fading effect. It really doesn't help clarity. Like if you really want to transmit a clear, understandable, coherent visual message, word arty stuff is usually not helpful. So that's why I generally recommend like plain colors and consciously chosen, not too much. So simplicity and.
And did you say that yellow should be an orange?
Sorry?
Did you say the yellow should be an orange?
Yes, if this would be coherent, then or this
Or
would
that
be
would be
yellow.
Yeah.
But I would choose yellow if I have like a gray background, for example, because yellow on a white background, if you want to hide your information, that's good. But generally, it's just not very fortunate choice. So yellow is good in a darker background. That's okay. Do you get this idea so far? Okay. Let's see who we have again. That's a very nice combination, green, yellow, orange. Again, I wouldn't go for this transition-y kind of effect.
Yeah, but it looks like this, not like that.
Okay. That's so interesting reference here. Yeah, like there's like an orange frame and yellow in the middle, which is a bit more, it's much more clear. Cool. Nice. Okay,
Hold on.
Yes.
That is just something. What's the relationship with that one and that one?
It's a big screen and that's the reality.
People like what's up in the computer is not the same because
that's weird.
Computer is more like orange.
Like, yeah, but it's
here
like this.
it's more like it's not the same color.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exciting. Differences.
Yeah, this makes the colors.
So what's your view of that one then? Is that okay or?
Well, that's definitely better than the transition-y thing. Yeah, maybe I would make a bit more contrast between the frame and the content slightly, but it's much more clear to overview already.
Yeah.
So, yep. Okay, so quick recap. Now here we have it. Okay. Nice. It's a nice cooling combination with emphasis on the reds, and keywords are coming soon, I guess. Nice, already structured. Very cool. Probably I would emphasize the keywords a bit more, that it looks like these are the general notes, and here is something to still highlight. Oh, or already again structuring. Very nice color combo.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, probably I would swap the font of the general notes and the these ones have a bit more character, and for general notes it's good to use fonts which have a bit less character.
Oh, yes.
And for keywords, the ones which are a bit more special, so I would just swap these two.
Yes.
Or even to the title. I think this would be very nice for a title, and then the more Arial-like as a content. Nice. Comic Sans. Yeah, cool. The purple has really like power purple.
I've heard in the UK that teachers like to use Comic Sans as
Uh-huh.
a font for the students because it's easier for them to learn and to read.
Yeah.
And I'm usually very much against Comic Sans
Yeah.
because it's a bad font somehow. But I've learned to kind of like it in the UK because it seems like from an education point of view, a good font to be used.
Yeah.
I don't know, have you ever heard of it? I don't know why and how, but it seems like the endings of the font and how it's there. It's easier for students to learn them. So I thought using them for a title is okay.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to have the whole text written in.
Yeah, totally, right? I heard a bit
too much. But
Yeah.
the title would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard the same thing for authors.
Yeah.
Like if you write with Comic Sans, like you write your thesis in Comic Sans, then it helps somehow, strangely. That it's I don't know if it's urban mythology or it's like fact.
Yeah, I
But,
don't know where this is coming from with the Comic Sans.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
You've heard about that too?
Yeah, sure. For authors when you're writing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not totally against it, but there are many like nice fonts which have similar character to Comic Sans, but have a bit, you know, a bit of a character. There's a website called Font Squirrel, where I like to and I like to gather fonts from there. Like you can filter if you want, you know, more like cartoon style, or, you know, there are different filters for selecting, and many of them is free. So it's a nice place to find different fonts. Yeah, but definitely for a title, for example, here, this one also has like quite a character, but it's not Comic Sans, so it's really interesting. Yeah, cool. Structuring. Nice. Or this one is also very nice. Special font. Cool. Nice. Yeah, you guys got the point. So very clear.
Sometimes I use the color hunt.
Uh-huh.
That you have a palette and you can choose.
Yeah.
They already create that and you can choose the palette.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's a ready-made palette.
Yes.
There. Perfect. Yeah. Okay.
That was nice.
To
my taste.
Can you upgrade it?
Sorry?
Can you update those?
Yes. Okay, so it already looks different. It has colors and stuff. Cool. Okay, so we were here. Yeah, so it's already kind of a visual thing, not so much a brand booky style. If it would be the color coding, I would have this color in one of these cubes.
Sorry, you mean the dark blue?
Yeah, exactly. Like
Okay.
if it would be the brand book thing. The background again, I'm not so sure about. It doesn't support visual clarity. Usually, when you choose an element, like ask yourself, what is the purpose of it? What do I want to communicate? Like, for example, I want to communicate 50 Shades of Grey style office. I don't know. that would be my purpose behind, but like just for that it looks like as something, then rather leave it. White is also cool as a background. Like so everything that I had a principle here actually. So function, no. Well, anyways, it's about function, not perfection. Is our principle. Like whichever font, visual element, icon you choose, just ask yourself, like, what is the purpose of it? What do I want to communicate with it to my viewer, to my reader? And if you don't have a clear answer, usually that's a great tool to select the poppy seed from the start, whatever. Cool. Yeah, that's actually also a nice idea to take a picture and kind of filter the colors on it. When you see a photograph or a picture which has a nice harmonious color world, then like pick the colors from it, and usually you're gonna have a nice result. So that's a very nice approach for it. And you have the frame drawn. Cool. Yeah, that's bold color choices here. These are all quite strong. So I would consider, okay, what is the one which doesn't have emphasize? Because here, like kind of all of them have emphasize, maybe except of this gray one. So yeah, maybe picking like strong color, strong font, and less strong to. We have some illustration, like here you can see very nice, like this is a strong font with a strong color, and here are the details and the notes, and this makes the whole thing nicely structured. Nice. Here we have different collaboration, right? Cool. Yeah, probably I would reconsider this thick frame. I'm not sure, but this is the main message. This is where we want to look at. That's where our attention is directed to. Cool. Interesting. It's like chewing gum world. Yeah, the contrast is another interesting thing to look at. Like here, the strength is quite similar, but like picking even white as a color. Sometimes it can be helpful to support visibility, basically, like how can my reader read it easier? How can I get my message easier through? Nice. Yeah, like maybe here, that's interesting, double coloring.
There's something missing.
Again, not updated.
But doesn't matter, it's not. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Half of it is, but
like half of it is not there.
But it doesn't
Okay.
matter. I still haven't got
Mm-hmm.
the hang of it. That's interesting. Never mind.
Yeah. Here we have purpley form. Yeah, maybe just a shade lighter for the background. I would pick if I really want the letters to stand out. Some colors like shading. That's interesting. Sometimes I include some, drop shadow. Just be mindful. Like too much of drop shadows can create really a word art, boomer kind of visual world. Okay, there we go. Okay, nice work. Really nice, coherent. So how was it? Was it like, oh God, colors, fonts? Or was it like a...
It was interesting, Mary, to combine colors.
Creative. Cool.
May I have a
Yeah,
question in the
sure.
bullet point?
Yes.
I saw some, they chose different ones as the usual. So how do we get different design for the bullet points? Because they usually stick to the default ones because they can't find any.
Yeah,
Same problem.
Yeah, in better design programs, we're gonna probably use Canva tomorrow. There you have more options. To be honest, I don't use PowerPoint that much, so that's why I'm like, oh, the bullet point doesn't have the color I want it to have, so don't worry about that. Usually in writing or like in sketching, I really clearly distinguish bullet point. Like bullet point always has a different color and a different style than the text. I think just PowerPoint doesn't really support that. But sometimes I just separate the text box. If it's a really dummy program, then I just separate like
You select the blue and yes,
yeah, exactly.
you can change.
Yeah, like play around a little bit, like create a separate text box, put the bullet point there, another text box. Maybe that's the
Yes.
dummy solution. my dummy solution. Okay, let's put this a little bit in practice, and then we're gonna have a break time afterwards. Are you fine with one more stretch, or you're like, oh, I need coffee? Yeah, let's go with. Okay, so we are going to work with the elements what we have so far. It's basically just building a puzzle together. We are going to work with our icons that we collected in the morning. We are going to work with our fonts and colors we collected now. And we are going to put them together to a simple kind of a triptych 2016 visual abstract style arrangement. So when I told you when I Googled visual abstract, it was a lot, this triptych arrangement, which we're gonna break down later. But let's use this one to like put together what we have so far. So we're gonna have the first line here, which will include the title of your place. There's a printout page of it, and under it there is like a takeaway message, like the hypothesis or the thesis, like something that you want your reader to take home, right? And here comes 3 different columns, which maybe you give them a color or a frame with key messages. So there's a key point 1, key point 2.
Sorry, Reka.
Tell me.
Could you please stop sharing your screen?
I'm so sorry, of course. Yes, stop share. There
Thank you
you
very
go.
much. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing it out. And point 3, and then we're gonna add the icons. So like icon 1, icon 2, icon 3. You can use from the visual vocabulary that you collected in the morning, so just feel free to pick from there. And here under, there are usually some fields for facts and data, like your name. Here there's usually some bibliography or like author details. And here there's usually a reference to the journal where it is published, but you can just put some space holder text there or like space holder graphics, so that we have 3 columns here with icons and some text. Here we have space holders for facts, and there are 2 lines up here. And to continue with our magical PowerPoint, and I will promise that afterwards we're gonna leave it. There's one more document in our folder, which is I'm gonna share my screen again. It is called Simple Visual Abstracts. I can. So just take one slide. Shall we have a break, or are you kind of short? Okay, so we're gonna have our title in the first row, Then we have the takeaway message. Sorry, can you just okay, then you're gonna have the 3 columns with the key points, insert the
Design it or you want to rewrite it?
well, the idea is to design it digitally. Well, is it okay pedagogically if I say that you can choose? Wait. No. Well, too bad. If you want, you do this exercise digitally or in a paper. Huh? Up to you, whichever you find more appealing at this point. So if you prefer to do it digitally, then here is your document. Do you have any preference for it? Tell me, are you lost? Do you need help? If you're stuck, or you're fine?
So we need to put the information about it or just design it?
Design it for yourself. So create a new page and integrate your fonts that you chose. So we are basically using, sorry, just a quick recap. We are using the same visual elements as in the previous exercise. Same colors, same fonts, same everything, and the icons you had from the morning. So it's basically combining those elements in one. It's a new one, and it's in Slack as well. Exactly. Yeah, we don't need the arrangement. Well, it's about your project. Like you can put the content there, like the title of the research. It can be the same what you did in that exercise with the. But in this, yeah. You cannot edit. I'm so sorry. I will solve this issue in a second. Okay. Okay.
No.
Update it.
In each, I think we need to put our icon.
Keywords and icons.
Exactly, yeah.
Keywords and icons.
Yeah.
In this purple,
you create a new one.
okay.
This is our structure. So there's 3 more small ones on the bottom with data.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, streaming.
But I can not erase everything, use it for streaming and then after this.
No, it's fine. I'll just.
So tomorrow.
What you're gonna do.
Tomorrow we again.
It could be tomorrow.
Videos. The registration.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the
It will take a few hours at least.
Well, afterwards, we're gonna work with them, so we want to be able to this one. But
Like-
tomorrow, we'll be doing
It's about. You can do this one, and then for the other one, the other one I show.
And using, you know, 3 levels of text, so we can basically. And just to make sure there are 3 more little boxes down here, like these ones. This is our reference point for building the structure. So here go 3 more little boxes for data. Okay.
Yeah, let's just not do it. Let's just do it now.
Oh, escape from ignorance. Ignorance, lack of knowledge. Pero el conocimiento, ¿entiendes? De cómo los espíritus aprendiendo forma que se escapan de experiencia, no es de la falta de conocimiento, pero como dice escapar de que una situación que no conoces para algo que ya sabe más. Ignorancias.
Is mij nog steeds uit zien leven.
No. Sí, hasta
Lo que podría ser. Comisión pasiva. Eso se llama.
pero esto de escapar. ¿Entiendes?
Szeretnél holnap ilyen de lo que ya se todavía no. Un poco de que escribir un mensaje al viejo, cuando extraña.
How to say that?
Or gaining power, power of knowledge.
Power of knowledge.
Power is equal to knowledge. That's the other word. That we wanted to, so we are discussing skills. And so the takeaway message would be, is skills on full knowledge. Yeah, you know, but we can only one word.
It can also be a sentence, actually.
Yeah, but it's too long. Okay, it should be short. I
I don't know how I can make.
Well, this one.
How can I do the other side? You can. How can I make what I want?
Smaller.
Not smaller. I want to take another part to frame.
That's a really good question. Let me check on mine.
És akkor nevében benne még egy.
Are we gonna get that one?
Okay, so it's you found it? Or it's this one next to the color bucket. It's next to the other one, that one, yeah. And so you can choose the color there, and next to it the thickness. The thickness of the lines, and probably the one next to it is the texture. Yeah.
I can actually take that. I think.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Effective. Could be that. You're just being fine.
We should agree.
Sure, me.
Now.
Karma, in that case, you need to go to the international.
Where is it?
It's down here.
In this building?
No, not in this building, but the next one.
Okay. They just really need to tell me where, exactly where.
I can take you.
You can take, okay, but maybe not today, I don't know, I thought Andres wanted, I don't know.
Are you sure you need the international?
It's written there. Yeah, it says the air, blah, 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 so.
Okay, we need to check because opens in a very strange hours. And I will check and let you know tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, thank you. By the way, we read it also.
Yeah, but they can print it.
Well,
Yeah.
so I'll use a pen, that's probably the best thing to do. You know,
I want to learn my with my picture. I think you can go over there.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah, because it's actually short.
Application
Yeah.
No, jakich aplikacji?
Well, sometimes I think there's only a spectrum, it's like either 3 points, but then method outcomes or.
Yes, like.
Yeah, yes.
No,
As well, or the method.
Okay,
Yeah,
oh, yes, I understand that.
I got your message on but I had seen you already there. Yeah, but the one that I want for me, it's okay, just to find sometimes.
Yeah, but how should I
fulfill engineering? So if you just so when you got time like this, then you just put. It's the thing.
Yeah, but should I put my name?
No, and so it's the whole week. If you don't have time in other places, you just don't write your name. So
Yeah, this that's not clear to me. Should I put my name where I'm not available?
No, it's just leave it blank. But wherever you are available, you just write.
Yeah, but the thing is that point.
Like you look like
me.
Yeah.
So you point like you and then someone. So it's like,
Yeah. And usually, well, honestly, I usually use Photoshop for cleaning the background.
Yeah, and then you can say that, okay, I'm not available. And then
Okay.
But
Yeah, yeah,
what I
that's something
sometimes
I
do
was,
is I Google my problem.
trying to do.
Sometimes something comes up like how to remove white.
We can ask
Because there's some simple drawing apps like GIMP, or maybe GIMP is a bit more old school. But
Actually, I have to go to.
because I know for Photoshop you need to pay for it, or you get a pirate version or something.
Sometimes I
So
do in work.
yeah.
Yes.
That, I'm gonna Google it. I'm very curious.
Like the web too. Ty když na něm dvakrát, jakože jak jako to bývalo, tak tady někde na středu měl jakože forma. Ne, dál, na konci toho. No, a tam někde mělo být jakože odebrat pozadí, tady někde tady v tom. Tady v tom by mělo být
transparent. Aha, ne, to je, ale
nebo to někde to bylo, nebo tu jakože si to někde
Well, there's a bunch of things like make JPEG transparent background. So I think because sometimes there are some sites where you, it's like when you change the form, like PDF, JPEG, thing, like a converting. So maybe it's similar. Yeah, you can upload your image and make the background transparent. I think.
Vidíte, ale vím, že si to tam dělala i ten. Není to ještě to? To je. Jo, aha, a ty teďka vybereš, no, klikni na ty části, co chceš jakoby zachovat. To mělo být. Víš, jako by to, když jdeš k fajku, tak to můžeme přestěknout. Jo. Takže jak mi to značí, že? No, a to už je zůstane. Takže možná přiběh si to, tak stačí přesně trošku. Myslím, že nějaký tady na mě s tím najde tím kůžkem a je to člověk a jo, tohle jsem tu fajku zelenou. No, zkus.
yeah. Very good to play some IT students with. Right now, you know, to do the idea from. So crazy.
So now we can do
Ooh, clear.
American pizza.
Most of the other dog. And it's not better to do.
Dvakrát pokliknout. Tady můžeš ořezat, tady na konci.
Já jsem to ale tam.
Ale teď stejně, jestli budeš vytahovat jakoby to pozadí, to je... Co ty stejně? Stejně označíš, že na to ruce jdeš?
Ještě.
We just said the body stuff. Okay. So PhD, I can go into copy equipment. So we have a student Well, second, approaching the various conventions. So like, so now this kind of speaking.
Yeah.
One more time for you. So let's take 5 more minutes to wrap it up, and then we're gonna take a break. Or do you need more time at all? Are you kind of like? I know it's never finished, it's like a part of it. And never perfect, but.
Yes, a very fast day. Oh, yes, yes. I was thinking of Argentina. Sorry?
Estamos con preparados por la segunda, porque lo cambié. No, cambié un poco.
I can answer for
Yo no tuve que
Okay, so slowly wrap it up and find the moment of peace where you are at and in the visualization process. Okay.
I haven't to the end of 2025.
Yes. So let's take a look at what we have so far. Just wrap it up where you are at this point.
23, 24, 25, 4 years.
Are you ready? I know it's kind of difficult to like zoom out from that focus, state of focus. Okay, maybe just come back, dive up like a scuba diver to the surface from the deep dive of design process.
Yes. Keep it right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ready. Okay, so let's just look at what we have so far, and if you have some comments on your choices, or like you can reflect in a few words what has been challenging or exciting, interesting for you. Wow,
It's amazing one. Really nice colors. Any, is it still work in progress?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So probably
Yes, your teeth.
it's not finished with the colors and the fonts and
Yeah.
stuff, but it's getting there. Cool. Yeah. It's a very nice, different way of structuring. I really like, what's this font called? It's a very nice font.
I remember, but there is some fun in, but not Comic Sans.
This one, it's not Comic Sans. I forget the name.
I like Comic
Okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, for example, this one's slightly similar, maybe a bit more, you know, bit more tight than Comic Sans, but it has a little bit playfulness similarly. But it's a nice font. Okay, you managed to find the transparent background.
You should
Update it.
update.
Okay.
But
Nice.
now I'm finding with changing of color.
Yeah.
This black color I would like to change, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't have it. But I like this sweet combination.
Yeah, it's really powerful. And we had the issue here with the white background / transparent background. We basically Googled it, make JPEG, make white background transparent, and there are some online tools where you can upload the picture and then download the PNG. So there's some.
We made it in Microsoft Word. So.
Yeah, or Word. Yeah. Maybe just one thing about underlining and frames. I wouldn't use both. So probably here I would just remove the underline because it's already like there's a strong frame with a big emphasis. So the underlining doesn't really serve any extra function. That's just small detail. It's nice. Okay. Nice. Really cool. When there's this thing about colors, when you use one color somewhere, just make sure that it says hello somewhere else as well. So probably the color from the title, maybe include it in as the color of the keywords, for example.
Yeah, I changed it actually.
You changed it,
Yeah.
the borders. Refreshing it. Yeah, exactly. So you were reading my mind.
Or you read my mind.
Whoa. Interesting. It's like, okay, it's done. You were fast. Great. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Okay. Wow, that's really nice colors. Yeah. And powerful. Probably, I am never sure about the extra frames when there's a color box. Maybe these ones are really nice, but maybe here I would remove. So there's just a considering if you include too many frames when there's also color blocks, sometimes it's like frames all around. So sometimes it's good to just not to really frame everything. I frame here, frame. Yeah, just something.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about it.
Yeah, cool. But it's a very nice composition. Well, thank you, Kathleen. Nice. As you can see here, I guess the colors are saying hello again in the title. That's a very nice, nice effect. Cool. There's a lot of information in one box. Maybe there's something to consider to break it down. Like this is one full infographic there. So it's something to look at how complex the information is in each box, and if it's easy for the reader to really understand what's going on here. I would pick something more simple, or like break the information down what is here into something which is a bit more easier to read.
And it applies for writing too.
Sorry?
It applies for writing too. So it's I think it's a common issue that you want to cram so much information into the paper here.
Yeah.
We don't need to do that, but it's very difficult. What we need to do is we can, if there is too much information, then we break it into 2 or 3 other papers. And I think this is the common theme during the semester, that we don't want to put so much things in it. So then the important, what Reka is saying, that what is the message you want to say, and then you just highlight the message, and afterwards you give the information. So first the story and the message, and then same in visual, same in writing.
Yeah, exactly. Like there is on this paper there is 4 principles called pro tips, and one of them is thoughtful restraint, which means I don't want to jam and cram everything, all information and all thing in a visual form, or even in one paper. I don't want to, you know, load all my knowledge in one article, but like filter in a mindful way.
So this is great, because the next paper after this workshop, what I will read, you have very nice thoughtful restraints.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sentiment. No thoughtful restraint. Yeah.
But that's why we have the workshop.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reka.
Thank you. Cool. Like here you can see a different way of using the color field and the frames without framing everything in, you know, with the color, even one more frame. So I think it's very nice, you know, when it's just a field of color, like a background field, filling the upper part. Here is it's even to the side. So it's a different solution than the boxes framed. I think it's a nice example for, and the drawings from the morning.
Yes.
Really cool. Yep. Dancing with physics. Cool. The background is still could be slightly lighter for better contrast, for example, with the birds, or use bright yellow on a purple background, like strong contrast. Do I need to update this one?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Cool. So it's like a template, really, to fill out. It's a bit like a worksheet, no? For filling in.
It's not.
No.
Quite finished yet.
Yeah. But I would love to print this one and give it to students to fill, no? Like, here is your template. I think it's great. Like, you can design your own worksheets and give it out during class. Like, there you go, work with it. So it's perfect for that. Very nicely balanced
and clear.
Yeah, a bit different than the 3, but here the findings are the really key point. What we want to emphasize. Okay, let's move. Really nice bright orange. And yeah, that's also interesting to use the icons as, you know, like put in one corner as a visual anchor. Also to be filled in. Work in progress, I guess. Nice. Cool. Yeah, and these ones are also very nice. These kind of frames that you don't put everything in the color thing, but the frame around it. Very nice. Wow, the background with the core. Cool. That's a very powerful visuals. And the title will still be added, I guess.
Yeah,
and
I will edit.
Yeah, the work in progress. Yeah. Cool. Gamification, very nice.
Yeah.
Purple could say hello somewhere still, like maybe as a frame down here or as a keyword. So like color here included somewhere else. And here with the blue, it really jumps out, like here's the emphasis, like the eye is drawn to the center of the image. If that's your, it was intentional. That's great. Nice, cool. Nice. Here's already some connections between the different fields. Some. Yeah, that's interesting. Like there's a spaghetti graph when you're like, I think it was like there's a, you know, when there's an example and an anti-example, like, you know, it's called the spaghetti diagram. When you want to illustrate all the possible connections, and it becomes like spaghetti with some meatballs, but you don't really see what is there. So it's very good. Tomorrow we're gonna look at illustrating connections and how to use arrows in a mindful way. So it's gonna be very useful to distinguish, you know, what is the most important connection? How can I illustrate, how can I visualize different ways of connecting and different ways of, so don't worry, we are going to get there. If it looks still a bit messy, it's okay. We're gonna look at it tomorrow. But probably it's good to select which are the most important connecting points and support it with some text, like with some key.
Or perhaps in a different frame, like more like in a circle, or
Yeah.
like in something like that, because I wasn't happy, you know, with the framing.
Yeah, I know.
It's really, they all are interconnected, so like I didn't know how to do it.
Yeah,
But
totally.
perhaps I will be able to do tomorrow.
That will be one of our key notions for tomorrow, that some structures simply don't support our aim. And how can we find structures which support our aim? So it's really great if it came up, this issue of, oh, I'm struggling with the frames, because it's kind of proves our point for tomorrow. It's coming as well. Yeah. So here's also some self-made drawings. Really cool. Nice. But if you like clear up the background, remove the, you know, like remove the background, I think you can really use it, especially if it's like for kids and stuff. I would say the blue could say hello again somewhere as well. Maybe this color as well. It's just a general law for coherence. If one color is somewhere on your visual, make it say hello somewhere else as well. And it will be really nicely coherent. Nice. Really cool. And here it's a very nice way of using contrast. There's a very strong background, but the white really pops up. So it's very easy to follow, easy to read. It's very inviting to look at. And that's kind of what we aim at. We don't really aim at perfection, but it's like we are inviting our reader to engage. We are inviting our viewer to look at the thing and to capture a bit the attention. And there's some alternative structuring already. Nice. Oh, sorry.
Did you make it?
Cool. It's also very, very clear, very to the point. Nice.
Yeah.
And are we at the end? Wow, amazing. Like really, really, really nice work, like chapeau. Like you got really somewhere with the, or I hope you're kind of happy with yourself. I'm happy with you guys. Like really, really great. So we're gonna have a short break, and we are kind of nearing the end of our day. So don't worry if you're like, whoa, this was a lot. Let's have a 10 minutes break, and afterwards Fadlan is going to give us an introduction to some other digital tools to use, and probably we're gonna use some of them tomorrow. So he's gonna give us an intro, and then we are going to wrap up our day and continue tomorrow. So 10 minutes break, and let's continue from then.
Het is van Jenna.
Now I'm only working with video, but my idea is to do it. Also, we can provide a should be because in my house, so I work there. Yes. I shared my experience with the Ella yesterday. So, my son is very talented and he is interested in really printing, so. And you can hear the sound of the machine and you cannot escape it. And so needed for I've been director for European. I make it possible to the government. Chief editor of a contemporary science. Are you working here? Yes. Yes, with my coach, I work in short, yes, and And also for the future also, I have lots of experience about the European Union projects. When I check from the website, maybe we can collaborate each other. If you partners or if we need partners, so we can collaborate each other. You are exposed to this group. We can come together, look after the push, the input. I waited for the change of music. Unfortunately. So for my perspective, I have to learn German. Ich bin Deutsch, ich verstehe alles, kein Problem, kein Sorge. I just started. You are just, yes, I'm not comfortable speaking yet, I understand some. Yeah, I'm very similar to you, yeah. So you can understand me. Yeah. But immer Deutsch. In Germany, I have to speak German. Here, yeah. So, maybe for later we can collaborate and we do that. Because you have a good team here. Yes. Also, I will participate in the conference in Italy. I will to. Yeah, I don't know. I participated in the first in Haste, in Zeka's town in Hungary. Yeah, I went there. Where are you originally from? Uruguay. Uruguay, yeah, wait. So my colleague, he went to South America, he started with Chile and the other regions, which is Uruguay. She's an international, she's open-minded. She was in South Africa, and other places. We are working together, but you know, for the German academic institutional also very difficult for the German, yes, for the postdoc. So I have to find the third party funding to write projects to continue. There are some opportunities in Netherlands or Belgium, but it's very limited. But for the German, so your position is here by have position from the university and have position from the project. Exactly. So I think it's very difficult to find the position. After I had it until 2025, but after that. I will going back to where for me, because also if I do yes, I can work. But I work with a company. Position yeah, they have a good team. I know the owner of the company. He was a teacher. Yeah, we worked together with him. But he was one of my best friends. Then I worked with him. He paid me, but not unofficial. Yeah, it's the government, no. But it was another experience. Okay, just for we established a learning portal like the med team. May I show you? It's very. You can start a German version. Let's see. Could you open a browser? Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I should. During this period of time, 2 or 3 years, I worked with a company. Google it. Online program for we established this kind of portal, but demo now they will announce it. And the company will do
Takže on tady nemůže protože čelit. Tam na Slovensku to je stále. Jo, a tam si to... No, toto si to můžete, že? Jo, no, to jsem právě vyčetla, jsem právě poslala ty screeny. Jo, tu jsem dala, že požádá. Hello everyone. Can we start? See the Zoom. I guess you're much better at this than me. Much better. Yeah, it's the presentation thing.
Popular cartoon in state today. Even we don't know what. You know, it's a very, it's quality, it's about entertainment, with mathematics. Like, very nice. So a huge team working with expert was the street general writing for that. And now we are using these combination characters to teach mathematics and accounting. But then I
Let's get there once more.
during that period of time,
Find your peace
I
of
did
mind.
lots of things like that to earn money to survive. Yes.
Okay, hello everyone, good afternoon.
Yes, nice to meet you.
So in this session, I will teach you.
For getting a job
Hello.
position.
Okay.
Then we will learn something.
Yes. Okay.
You are interested.
I'm not really experienced with the visual thing, but I work in as a comic artist assistant before. So my work is actually related to the comics. For me, making a simple like an icon is very hard because I just work with the character design. So for me, it's hard to make an icon, but I will tell how I change my work in the manual way into the digital. So what we need to do to change our work, just if you have a stylus, it is okay. But if you don't have a stylus, just use your finger. And phone, and if you have a tablet, just use your tablet. And actually, I'm using the Procreate or Infinite Painter or Canva or Photoshop. But now there is a technology like AI generate image like DALL-E or Midjourney. You can just use the comment and you can get the picture. It's more easy. But about the copyright, we talk about the copyright. Reka have told you before about the copyright. There is a lot of copyright in the image. If you found image in the internet, you will get, oh, it's a copyright. You cannot use it for flexible. So the best thing is just make your draw digitally. Just make your own draw. So in this session, I want you to access your App Store in the Google Play Store or Apple Play Store. Install this. So the name is Infinite Painter. Infinite Painter. Infinite Painter. This one. Yeah, in tablet or in your phone.
Infinite. Where is it? Papa, can you show
This one, the big one.
pink?
The pink one. Infinite Painter. But if you have a Apple iPad, you can download the Procreate, but you need to pay. But we will use the free version apps, Infinite Painter. Have you downloaded it? Infinite painter. Infinite painter. So in this session, I will show you how to. Wait a minute. And then okay. App Store, yes, you have and got it?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're using a dark mode in your phone, turn it off because it will disturb the menu in the apps. So after you finish install this app in your phone, the first one I will teach you how to use the brush in the apps and how to use the layer, how to insert the photo. So we will take the photo. So you will choose your favorite item in the wall, and how to tracing the photo, and how to coloring, and how to shadowing the photo. Okay.
Okay.
It's a little bit technical, but
It's installing.
yeah, okay, it's okay. So after you install the Infinite Painter, you will go to this thing, and you can choose blank canvas. Yeah, blank canvas. This one. You found it?
Why is it installing?
Yeah, it's okay. Just wait.
Just take a picture.
Ah, what's that? Oh, you insert different. Ah, okay.
I do.
Wait.
First image.
Right.
Blank canvas.
Yeah.
Okay. After you press the blank canvas, just create. Just create.
Screen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Why is it installing? I need to wait for it.
Okay. After this, you will have your blank canvas. And at first, you need to try how to use the brush. This one. Just click this one. You found it? There is a lot of brush. So for the first time, it's up to you. But I like the calligraphy. You can choose the calligraphy and choose monoline.
Color.
You don't have? Just choose the random brush.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
After you choose the calligraphy, and in here, this one is the thickness level of your brush. So you can put the size in here. So it will change the thickness. It's up to you. If you like the thick line, just choose the thick line. Okay. And in here, this one is the color. You can choose your favorite color, but I prefer use black for the line. So just try to scratch your blank canvas, something like this. Just try it. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yep. Just write. Just draw. Okay. And try the other brush. There is a lot of brush. For example, this one. So different brush has different style. Okay. Okay, so now you already know how to use the brush. How to erase? So how to erase is you can choose the erase icon, this one, and just erase your.
But because it's
Mhm.
we have
You can also come back.
How do I use the brush?
The brush. This one. This one, and you can use calligraphy. Normalize, yeah. And you have your brush.
Oh, there.
And you can see it because it's like it Okay. So let's try to practice. We're going back. So there is a home icon in the corner. You can click home icon and you choose. But before that, yeah. Before that, please choose one icon that you like and you take a picture of the icon in the wall. Up to you. Choose one. Oh yeah, it's okay. Just use your, maybe there is an icon in your desk. Yeah, it's okay. Whatever icon.
Look, we have.
Okay. Okay, let's try again. Whatever, yeah, there is a lot of
which one I like. Well, no, it's one of them, yeah.
It's okay. It's just reassuring to know that it's not me. That was my main core problem.
Yeah. Sorry, Tony.
No.
Okay, we make again the blank canvas. We create the blank canvas, so you have your other blank canvas, and from here you choose this triple dots in the corner, and there is an import, and import your photo. For example, I will put this, and this will be a two choice. Just choose layer. Okay. Can you do that?
Very simple. With these dots.
3 dots. And choose layer. After you choose layer, click the tick I can. So now you have your photo in here. And the other step is make the new layer. Okay, in here, the plus. Okay, so now you have two layers. The layer one for your photo and the layer two is the blank photo. Okay. After that, you click your first layer. Just double click until this thing come out and bring the opacity into 50. Double click your layer one. Okay. Layer one and change the opacity into the 50 here. No. Wait, I'll check.
Better picture there.
This one.
Yes.
Now.
Now.
Import.
Then import. And camera or photo.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, in a Microsoft Store. Because when you put it in, I have to
Then we have a layer.
oh, yeah, you need to.
Which layer?
Because it kind of very important to file. It was it's a secret.
Procreate. The Mac.
Oh,
So the average
La idea de dibujar al mismo.
Avete così Perché togliamo di tre nostri spaccio. Yes. Конечно, если ты вчера сняли, то вчера все написано, наша структура была. You know, when I was doing it, it was brilliant because there was
yes, layer.
Okay. No, okay.
Everyone except.
The mic?
Oh.
Okay. Please make sure your photo layer is in the behind the blank layer. Please make sure. And now, click the layer 2. Click the layer 2. Okay. And choose the brush and calligraphy and monoline.
Brush.
Monoline. Okay. Okay. And now let's start to tracing your picture. For example, that is the picture. I try to trace. Can you do that? If you make some mistake, just click with your 2 fingers to delete the line. Yeah. Okay.
So we can do it with any pictures.
Yes, with any picture.
Because it will like twice.
Yeah.
I draw it. So stealing like an art.
Okay, let's try to.
Let's say if I why would I?
It would be better if sometime.
The question is, if we do this with a picture which has copyright, but we copied it.
You can do that. That's why you need to make with your own picture, not with the other picture.
Oh, okay. But you can.
Yeah. You already have all the item, right? Just make it.
Let's say I'm interested in any pictures on Google.
In the Google, and you do.
Yeah.
It will be a copyright, yeah. Because you're tracing the copyright picture.
I see.
But
Yeah.
it's exactly the same. It is copyright.
That's what I was
Yeah.
Of this.
Depend on the picture, because because the copyright thing have a lot of types. There is a copyright thing that you can only use it for non-commercial use, or you can use it for commercial. There is a lot, like there is a 5 of copyright level, so you must be aware about the copyright thing. That's why you need to use your own icon to make it safe.
Okay.
Okay, just try it to make your own picture.
I even call it. It's really relevant about these fancy names. It's just, you just need one of those calligraphy ones. I need your region.
Yeah, it's up to you. It is just example. Yeah. That's why it's good.
I can save this.
Yeah.
I can buy.
How can I do it?
The problem is when I try to trace.
There is a cheating way. If you have the circle shape, just make the circle and hold. It will be a circle. Something like that. If you're scared, you not make the straightforward line. Just make, for example, something like this. If you hold it, and it become more.
Oh, it is.
For example, you make the circle and hold. You want to make straight line, just hold it. You need to write not in here, but in the another language. Yeah, you need to draw these wires.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions.
I have my icon sheet. Perfect. Your individual. Like you can bigger than you can get different. Okay, this is a hand.
Yeah,
Nice.
This one was a little bit.
Okay, have you tried to make your own picture? Okay, after you got your own picture, there is a symbol in every layer. Let's click the I symbol in your photo layer. So your photo is will be gone. So it is your sketch now. And now we will make the color. Okay, to make the color, make more layer. The plus. So you have 3 layers now. And you drag the layer 3 behind the layer 2. You know what I mean? Like this one, you drag with your finger and move to behind the layer 2. Here. Yeah, in the behind. Okay. And now let's make the color up to you. For example, because this is the dragon, I will choose the green color. In here, for example, I choose the green and start coloring. After just color. Because the size of the brush is too small, you can change the size into more bigger. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you draw in the wrong layer. Me too. Yeah. Draw in here. In here, not in photo layer, but draw in the place.
Now it's there.
But I can't find it with my normal Windows system. I also tried to find it out.
There's no way to,
Yeah.
there's no way to throw.
Actually, there is a way. Okay, I will show you the way. For example, you make this green color. Okay.
Yeah.
And in here, in the corner, there is a 3 icon. There is some like this icon. So can you see it in here?
Yeah.
You found it? Okay, I will show it to you.
If you're only can, I'll actually have 2 layers.
In here.
Which one is your?
This one. You found it?
Yes.
Okay. And there is a fill icon. And you put in. But before you do that, you make sure there is no hole in your color and just click this.
Oh.
But the weakness is there is still a white line, so you just can, and after that you can tick and just fill the white line. So it's faster.
Much faster.
Okay. Actually, it's easy, right? Just make more color to here. What do you mean? The remove? This is the. Okay. Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Teacher, Angel.
They have like the coloring. Because you did the iron. It's fine.
It's fine, it's fine. Thank you so much. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, so after that, you have your icon with the color. Because it is the free version, you only have 3 layers. So the way is you remove your photo layer. Just click. Because if you add more layer, you need to pay like €1. It's up to you. So after that, you can remove your first layer that's containing your photo. How to remove is just double click your layer and delete. Okay. So now you only have 2 layers. And the next step is make the shadowing to make it more real. And make another layer. Okay. Take another layer. Click the new layer. Double click. If you do that. And change, because it's normal, we need to change to darker color. Darker color. Darker color. Okay, so in the new layer, change into the darker color. And because you want to make a shadowing in the color part, click this double time, and there is a clip. Can you find it? Clip in the bottom. You found it? No? Okay, here. In the red one. You found it?
Yes.
And you change the opacity into 20.
20?
Yeah, 20. Opacity into 20. Okay. There is a clip here. And change the opacity into 20. Okay. And because the shadow is black, just choose the black color. Okay. And put the shadow in the right way. For example, in here, we can put the shadow part, or in here.
Branko will go with that something.
So shadow is the black part. So something like this. So it's more have like the real color. Okay. After this, you have your own icon. Just save it in your device.
Oh, where is it?
And you can make your own icon with another picture. It's up to you.
My snail doesn't look like that.
Order. But after this, okay.
Está por detrás.
That's like this. Put this one to this.
Infinite pain.
And you can try to make this and this color. Yeah, you can save it in a PNG file. And then triple dot in the corner and click save. Sorry, export and just choose PNG and save. So you have your own. You can you want to cross. Actually, it's possible here, but it's if you just make the word, yeah, you can stop.
How long will it take?
Okay, it is finished.
Okay, so we can do the others tomorrow.
Okay.
Because you need some breathe and then
Yeah.
you meet for dinner at 6:30.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
but it's really cool.
Yeah, and you can just. Yeah. No, only for Android and App Store. Yeah. Okay, so that's all for me. So
that's
if you have a question, you can ask to Reka or me for tomorrow, and you can share with another image. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Fadlan, for the input. So now you can create your own icons and be happy, copyright free. So we are going to continue tomorrow. Pick up the threads right up here with experimenting with different structures, and that it's something for tomorrow. It would be lovely if you could bring your 3 favorite abstracts. Abstract. It can be from you, it can be from other person.
Okay.
I think we should post it on.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it on Slack. Okay. But like 3 of your ever favorite beloved abstracts in the world. It's it's a small thing. And we're gonna continue at 9, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
and please be on time.
Yes.
Maybe 5 minutes before 9.
Yeah, it's very nice that you can have a coffee, set yourself up, bring your digital gear, and see you at 8:50 tomorrow. Yay. Cool.
And also, if you can just put things together a little bit, because probably a cleaning lady will come tonight. So just make the room, so we can leave things here.
Yeah.
But we should make the room reasonably organized.
These 3 markers are for you. So to take home, you can keep them. The otherwise not. The notebook you can also keep. So,
So I think it's best to have everything
and
here
bring it tomorrow.
because we will use it tomorrow. And just
I had-
try to organize your desk.
Thank you so much. Great work, Europe. Rock. Thank you.
So thanks everyone for online. We will
Thank
continue.
you guys for
And we
joining us
go for
online.
dinner at 6:30. So if you want to come for dinner,
If
we
you wanna
meet
join us for
6:30 in Rapine, okay?
Did you write it?
Yeah, I wrote it on Slack. It's in the dorm, in the same place.
Thomas Hall?
Yes.
Azt hiszem, tavaly az volt, hogy lesőjték, a talajon lesőjték. Egyébként még dolgozok, meg lesőjték, because there was a request to record it. That's why.
No, no, that's fine. It's great. I just wish I could come through it. What I'm concerned about is that I couldn't use even the iPhone.
Yeah, because.
Tomorrow.
Fine.
Okay. Is that a solution? Okay, because most of the everything is on paper. But if you get
Some of the stuff.
Yeah.
Scratch. Are you tired now at the end of the day? Don't like that, I just get so tired. Anyway. Yeah, I know.
It takes a few hours to like.
Of course. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.